Morning and welcome to the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. I'm Julie Lee, Chair of the Council. Let the record reflect that it is 9:04 a.m. on Thursday, April 23rd, 2026. This meeting is being conducted in person here in room 221 in the California Natural Resources Building located at 715 P Street in Sacramento, California. And the public can also participate via Zoom. Today's meeting will focus on the draft decision that contains the recommended findings regarding the appeals of the Certificate of Consistency for the Department of Water Resources Delta Conveyance Project. The Council released the draft decision to the public on April 20th, 2026. An agenda for this meeting can be found in the Bagley-Keene meeting notice, which was posted on the Council's website on April 13th, 2026. Following the staff presentation on the draft decision, the Council will consider the draft decision and may adopt findings pursuant to Water Code Section 85225.25. We estimate public comment will begin at 10:45 a.m. and each comment will be limited to approximately 2 minutes, depending on the number of people expressing interest in providing comment. I'm going to now ask Emma to explain how to make a public comment.
Anyone who would like to provide oral public comment today during the public comment period can contact the council clerk via email at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov, as seen on the screen. Provide a name and organization if applicable. Please denote if you are a tribal representative or elected official. Those requesting to comment will be called by the council clerk to speak in the order these requests are received. If you are having technical difficulties or need assistance submitting an email during this meeting, please contact 916-204-3002.
Thanks, Emma. And in accordance with our Bagley-Keene requirements, we will now conduct a roll call of council members to establish a quorum. Emma, can you lead us in a roll call?
Councilmember Burgess.
Here.
Councilmember Eggman. Councilmember Moranian.
Here.
Vice Chair Miller. Here. Councilmember Patterson.
Here.
Councilmember Zingali.
Here.
Unenthusiastic.
Chair Lee.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. As I mentioned, the plan for today is to have a staff presentation that will present an overview of the draft decision. Then we'll allow time for members to ask questions of staff, followed by public comment, and then council member deliberations. The council has 60 days following the hearing to make a decision on the appeals. That time is almost expired. The last day is April 28th. Although the council may extend the time for the decision with the agreement of all the parties per the council's regulations, that is not the case here. Staff have completed a draft decision and it is ready for a council decision. If the council does not vote or reach a decision on the Certificate of Consistency today, that Certificate of Consistency stands and the project will move forward. Staff recommend approving Resolution 2026-03 to adopt draft decision D20257. Today we also have a court reporter and we will be taking short breaks every hour or so at their request. I'm now going to turn it over to Councilmember Burgess to make a statement. No worries.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I'm usually a little more prepared. Chair Lee, before we begin with the staff presentations, I understand that, oh, I'm reading your part. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Welcome, and everyone, Madam Chair, my fellow members, and the parties and the public. I have an announcement to make. My seat on the council is a unique one among the members. I sit on the council because I'm the chair of the Delta Protection Commission, and as a result, have a seat on this council pursuant to the Delta Reform Act. The Delta Protection Commission has filed an appeal for the Delta Conveyance Project certification of consistency, and as a result, the council will be voting on a draft decision concerning the commission's appeal today. In order to judge these proceedings fairly, to honor the ex parte communications prohibition, and to avoid even the appearance of bias, I've taken the following precautions. I've created an ethical wall separating myself from any Delta Protection Commission activities and communications relating to the Delta Conveyance Project once the ex parte prohibition went into effect on November 17th, 2025. For example, before the Commission deliberates matters relating to the Delta Conveyance Project, I recuse myself and leave the room, often leaving the building and heading home early. I took no briefings from Commission staff on anything concerning the Delta Conveyance Project appeals. I had no role in drafting, reviewing, or authorizing any Commission materials or correspondence to the Council or anyone related to these proceedings. And as a result, though it may not be clear from the Commissioner's letterhead on the communications to this body, I'm not a signatory to any document related to this matter from the Commission and have not been since we went under ex parte communications in November. I take my participation as an impartial adjudicator. Did I say that right? Yeah. I don't use that, adjudicator. I don't use that word very often. In this matter, very seriously. I feel that it's important to state this for the record, not only for these proceedings, but for all future proceedings we will have on this matter. I look forward to a fair, impartial process for all parties and participants. Thank you. And thank you, Jorge, for giving me these words.
Thank you, Councilmember Burgess. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Henderson. I just want to note for the members that you each have a binder in front of you, and Jeff's presentation is in the front folder of that binder. So now I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Henderson, our Deputy of Planning and Performance, who's going to walk us through the draft decision.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Is this picking up all right? That's better. Got it. Okay, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here to present on behalf of the staff team that's been hard at work on the draft decision that's before you today. I'd be remiss not to acknowledge everyone's efforts to contribute to this, most notably the folks seated in the first row or two behind me. Just really want to express gratitude and thanks for the effort that's gone into this, so let's begin. Okay, so today we're here to discuss the appeal process for Certification C 2025-7. In terms of what the department, or in terms of the council's findings with regard to the project at this point, the Department of Water Resources submitted a certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance Project. That certification was appealed by 10 groups challenging the project's consistency with 14 Delta Plan regulatory policies. The appellants in DWR submitted arguments, and the council held a hearing, and the council has published a draft decision. That draft decision remands the matter to DWR to reconsider two issues related to the Golden Mussel and harvest water. It recommends denying all other appeals, and it requests an annual implementation report. We'll be touching on each of these items as we go through the presentation. And in conclusion, staff recommends the council adopt the draft decision at the conclusion of our period here today. So a bit of an overview for our presentation. We're going to talk about the council's covered action authority and process. We'll describe the Delta Conveyance Project. We'll talk about the certification and summarize the appeals, and then we will present the staff recommendation regarding the findings in the annual implementation report. So by way of background, the 2009 Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Reform Act, that we refer to as the Delta Reform Act, established the council's covered action authority. It established the co-equal goals to provide a more reliable water supply for California and protect, restore, and enhance the Delta ecosystem. It also outlines that the co-equal goals shall be achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. The Reform Act charges the council to implement the Delta Plan, which is a comprehensive resource management plan for the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. As part of this charge, the council has regulatory and appellate authority over certain state and local public agency plans, programs, and projects in the Delta and the Marsh to ensure they're consistent with the Delta Plan. These actions are known as covered actions. The Delta Plan includes 17 regulatory policies adopted to meet the objectives the legislature said in statute were inherent in the co-equal goals. An agency that's carrying out, approving, or funding a covered action in the Delta must demonstrate that action's consistency with the Delta Plan regulatory policies when it carries out, approves, or funds a covered action. Certifying agencies demonstrate consistency with the Delta Plan by submitting to the council a written certification of consistency with detailed findings as to whether its covered action is consistent with the Delta Plan. Following that, any person who claims that a proposed covered action is inconsistent with the Delta Plan, and as a result of that inconsistency, the action would have a significant adverse impact on achievement of one or both of the co-equal goals, or implementation of government-sponsored flood control programs to reduce risks to people and property in the Delta, may appeal the certification of consistency no later than 30 days after submission. And both written certifications and appeals are typically submitted online on the council's website. Following an appeal, the council must make a decision regarding the appeal within 60 days of the hearing. There are essentially two decision options. One is to deny the appeals, in which case the certifying agency may proceed with implementation, or to remand the matter in whole or in part. If the certifying agency then decides to proceed with the action as modified to address the findings of the council, the agency needs to file a revised certification addressing the council's findings prior to proceeding with that action. In reviewing the certification and appeals, the council applies what's known as the substantial evidence standard of review. This is described in detail on pages 11 and 12 of the draft decision before you today. The scope of the council's review is whether the certification is supported by substantial evidence in the record before the certifying agency. The council, and this is important, the council does not independently review the covered action to determine if it's consistent with the Delta Plan. The council does determine if substantial evidence in the record supports the department's certification that its activity is consistent with the Delta Plan in light of the appeals. Substantial evidence is evidence that's reasonable in nature, credible, and of solid value, and appellants carry the burden of demonstrating that the administrative record does not contain substantial evidence to support its findings, or to support the agency's findings. The substantial evidence standard really drives our review of the certification of the appeals and of our decision. And as we look at things as staff, there's essentially a series of, we sort of refer to them as rules of the road in terms of the way that we look at the certification, the way we look at the appeals, and the way we consider our decisions. Those rules include that the standard is a deferential standard, and it presumes validity of what's before us. It underscores the appellant's burden to demonstrate the potential inconsistency with the Delta Plan. It requires consideration of all of the evidence that supports the determination, including evidence that both supports and detracts from the conclusions. Conflicts in evidence are generally resolved in the certifying agency's favor. Again, it's a deferential standard that that presumes the validity of what's put forward. There's no fact-finding or reweighing evidence involved in reviewing things according to the substantial evidence standard. And the question that we leave with when we're analyzing materials and determining our recommendations is, could a reasonable person reach the certifying agency's conclusions based on the evidence? So just wanted to provide a little sense of some of what we consider as we're looking at these appeals, kind of what some of the rules of the road are with regard to the application of the standard. So a bit about the Delta Conveyance Project. The certification describes the Delta Conveyance Project as the construction, operation, and maintenance of new state water project diversion and conveyance facilities in the Delta that will become part of the state water project and will be operated in coordination with existing South Delta water diversion facilities. It includes 2 intake facilities along the Sacramento River in the North Delta near the community of Hood, with on-bank intake structures that will include fish screens approved by the state and federal fish and wildlife agencies. And I'll just take a pause and indicate The way that I'm describing the project is the way that the department has described it in the certification. A concrete lined tunnel and associated vertical tunnel shafts to convey flow from the intakes about 45 miles to the south of the Bethany Reservoir pumping plant and the surge basin at a location south of existing Clifton Court 4 Bay. A Bethany Reservoir pumping plant to lift the water from inside the tunnel below ground into the Bethany Reservoir aqueduct for conveyance to the Bethany Reservoir discharge structure into the existing Bethany Reservoir. It also includes other ancillary facilities to support the construction and operation of the conveyance facilities, including access roads, concrete batch plants, fuel stations, and power transmission and distribution lines. The covered action also includes efforts to identify geotechnical, hydrogeologic, agronomic, and other field conditions that guide construction methods and monitoring programs for the final engineering design and construction. Actions included in the Delta Conveyance Project final environmental impact report and refinements to those actions as described in 2 addendums to the final EIR. Commitments included in the adopted mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and commitments included in the compensatory mitigation plan for special status species and aquatic resources, which we'll refer to generally as the CMP throughout the rest of the presentation. The department submitted a certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance Project to the Council on October 17th, 2025. That certification found that the DCP was consistent with 12 of the Council's policies and found that 5 of the Council's regulatory policies were not applicable. The chart on the screen indicates the policies that were determined to be consistent as well as those determined to be not applicable, and the full text of each of these policies is available on the Council's website. The Council then received timely appeals on November 17th, 2025 from 10 groups: the Delta Protection Commission, Cortland Pear Fair, County of Sacramento et al., Steamboat Resort, San Francisco Baykeeper et al., Sacramento Area Sewer District, City of Stockton, South Delta Water Agency, San Joaquin County et al., and DCC Engineering Company Incorporated. The certification itself and all of the appeals are available on the Council's Covered Action website, as well as the Delta Conveyance Project webpage that's been incorporated within the Council's website. So by way of summarizing the appeals, these appeals were deemed filed on November 17th, 2025. We did receive appeals of a number of the Delta Plan policies. The chart on the screen indicates the number of appeals, the number of appellant parties that challenged each of those appeals. So you can see that it ranged across the board. Would note with interest all 10 appellants logged appeals related to DPP2, respect local land use. So there are 3 types of recommended findings that the Council can reach with regard to these appeals. The first, again, is to remand the matter in part to the department because the appellants showed that the certification is not supported by substantial evidence in the record. The other option is to deny the appeals because the policies do not apply. Third option, to deny the appeals because the appellants don't meet their burden and the certification is supported by substantial evidence in the record. And we'll go through each of these 3 types. The chart that's now on the screen shows again, the regulatory policies, recommendations, and the recommendations from staff at this point to remand in part related to policies ERP5 and DPP2, and to deny all other appeals. So we'll begin with staff's recommendations for ERP5 and DPP2. ERP5 is our regulation affecting invasive non-native species, and there's a recommendation to remand on this regarding habitat improvements for golden mussel based on an appeal filed by San Joaquin County. The second issue is DPP2, respect local land uses. This issue regards conflicts between the Delta Conveyance Project and the Harvest Water Program operated by Sac Sewer. The recommendation then is to deny all of the other appeals related to ERP5 and DPP2. And it's important to understand that if the Council approves the proposed remands, the project cannot proceed with implementation until those remands are resolved. Okay, let's begin with ERP5. This is our policy regarding avoiding introduction of and habitat improvements for invasive non-native species. It covers proposed actions that have a reasonable probability of introducing or enhancing habitat conditions for non-native species, and requires covered actions to avoid or mitigate either new introductions of non-native species or habitat improvements for non-native species in a way that appropriately protects the ecosystem. Concerning ERP5 and the issue of fully considering and avoiding or mitigating potential for improved habitat conditions for golden mussel, we recommend that the council remand this issue to DWR for reconsideration. San Joaquin County asserts that there's insufficient evidence that the department has adequately addressed the risk of the Delta Conveyance Project providing habitat for the invasive golden mussel, or how golden mussel would be managed with the new facilities. In its appeal, the county estimates that the Delta Conveyance Project would create approximately 9.5 million square feet of new, hard, durable substrate potentially available for golden mussel colonization. The department, in its certification, acknowledges that it's involved in multi-agency efforts to monitor and respond to golden mussel detections, but the certification itself lacks discussion on whether the DCP infrastructure could create or enhance golden mussel habitat. There is reference to existing management plans for other invasive species, namely zebra and quagga mussels, but those may not be effective for golden mussel, and neither the certification or the record specifically address golden mussel control regarding the Delta Conveyance Project itself. So for these reasons, we're recommending that the council remand the matter to DWR on consideration of golden mussel. At the same time, we recommend the council to deny all other appeals to ERP5, and this is described in the decision on page 102 to 107. Next, DPP2, our policy to respect local land use when siting water or flood facilities and restoring habitats. California state policy requires protection and enhancement of the unique cultural, recreational, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. It also recognizes that necessary water supply, ecosystem restoration, and flood management projects may be required, but that they need to consider planned land uses, existing land uses, and land ownership. DPP2 covers proposed actions that involve siting water management, ecosystem restoration, and flood management projects. It requires a covered action to avoid or reduce siting conflicts with existing uses or uses described or depicted in the local general plan when feasible. It also requires consideration of comments from local agencies and the Delta Protection Commission in that manner. Here we recommend remanding an issue related to DPP2 to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses or uses described or depicted in a local general plan related to Sac Sewer's harvest water. Here we recommend a remand to the Department of Water Resources. The key issue is the Twin Cities complex that's proposed conflicts with harvest water, which relies on existing and future agricultural land use supporting recycled water irrigation, wildlife habitat, and groundwater recharge. Sac Sewer claims the site is actively used for agriculture and central to harvest water's infrastructure. The Twin Cities complex siting would conflict with both the current use and planned uses in the Sacramento County General Plan and South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan. Also has the potential to jeopardize bond funding as funding contracts that Sac Sewer has undertaken with respect to harvest water require specific sandhill crane habitat mitigation tied to the site. The department argues harvest water is still under construction and was not considered an existing land use during DCP certification, claiming that there were no binding commitments linking the program to the Twin Cities complex site. However, substantial evidence shows that the department's review did not fully address how the Delta Conveyance Project siting could disrupt harvest water's ongoing and anticipated irrigation area, groundwater recharge, and sandhill crane habitat, which are crucial to funding and compliance. We recommend the matter be remanded to the department to demonstrate through specific analysis that it cited the Twin Cities complex to avoid or reduce conflicts with harvest water, or explain why it's infeasible to do so. And we did just include a few maps that are available in your presentation. These are drawn from the record, showing the location of the Twin Cities site, the Twin Cities complex site as depicted in the map book for the Delta Conveyance Project. The map on the top right shows in green completed agreements for harvest water use of recycled water. And the map on the bottom right shows the agricultural use designation of that property in the Sacramento County General Plan, which is for agricultural use with an 80-acre minimum lot size. With respect to all of the other DPP2 appeal issues, we recommend that the council deny all of the remaining DPP2 issues for a variety of different reasons. There are 16 of these individual issues listed in the table to the right on the slide. It's important to note, and the council reiterates this in the draft decision, it has always been our interpretation that DPP2 requires a covered action to avoid or reduce siting conflicts with both existing uses and uses described or depicted in general plans. And there's text in the final statement of reasons for the Delta Plan regulation, the original Delta Plan regulations, that helps to support that conclusion. So that's always been our conclusion. It's something that we underscore and put forward in the draft decision as well. DPP2 also does not include any specific requirement to consider alternative sites for a project or to consider a completely different project. A number of the appeals were really focused on the potential for consideration of alternative sites or perhaps a different project, a different approach to achieving the project's objectives. There's no requirement for a specific response to comments. The requirement of DPP2 is that the certifying agency consider the comments of local agencies in the Delta Protection Commission, but it doesn't legislate or require any particular specific response. Importantly, many of the issues that are described as DPP2 appeal issues are not land uses that are regulated by DPP2. DPP2 is considering predominantly land uses in the sense that they are defined as potentially residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, or similar types of designations. In most of these cases, the appellants do not meet their burden, and the certification is supported by substantial evidence, leading to our recommendation to remand the remaining DPP2 issues on appeal. This is outlined in the decision on pages 110 through 166. Okay, the next group of policies are 4 that we recommend denying the appeals because they do not apply. And we'll begin with GP1B1. This is our policy that recognizes that in some cases, full consistency with all of the Delta Plan's policies may not be feasible. In those instances, the certifying agency can nevertheless determine the covered action is consistent with the co-equal goals. But to do so, the lead agency must identify policies where consistency is infeasible. DWR finds that the Delta Conveyance Project is consistent with GP1B1. 6 appellants challenge that consistency. The certification itself does not include the findings regarding policy inconsistencies or feasibility. For that reason, it's not sufficient to undertake the exception afforded by GP1B1, and the council recommends denying the appeals because the policy does not apply. This is outlined in the draft decision on pages 12 to 14. The second of these policies is DPP1, our requirement to locate new urban development wisely. This covers proposed actions that involve new residential, commercial, and industrial development that's not located within specific areas described in the regulation. New residential, commercial, and industrial development must be limited to areas that city or county general plans designate for such development. Here, DWR finds that DPP1 does not apply. largely because the facility is a state government facility. It's not residential, commercial, or industrial. Two appellants argue that the Delta Conveyance Project includes what's referred to as industrial-type facilities. The finding here is the Delta Conveyance Project is a governmental public use that's not subject to DPP1. For this reason, we recommend the council deny the appeals as the policy does not apply. This is described in the draft decision on pages 107 to 109. Our next regulatory policy that does not apply is RRP1. This is our prioritization of levy investments. It's the policy that essentially sets up the Delta Levies investment strategy, or Delta Levies investment strategy. This policy covers actions that involve discretionary state investments in Delta flood risk management. It sets priority locations for levy investments, and it requires DWR to submit a report to the council by March 1st every year on funds awarded for levy projects in the Delta. DWR finds that RRP1 does not apply. The Delta Conveyance Project involves no discretionary state investment. One appellant argues that the policy should apply because the DCP relies on existing levies, would increase demand for equipment and materials for construction, and would have impacts on reclamation districts. Our decision acknowledges the resource concerns expressed by the appellant, but this is not an appealable issue under RRP1. RRP1 sets levy investment priorities and requires an annual report from DWR. For this reason, we recommend the council deny the appeals as the policy does not apply. Similarly, regulatory policy RRP3 applies to actions that would encroach in a floodway that's either not a designated floodway or a regulated stream. In these areas, no encroachment is allowed unless it's demonstrated that it would not impede flow or jeopardize public safety. DWR finds that RRP3 does not apply. There are no floodway encroachments that are outside the designated or regulated streams. One appellant argues that RRP3 should apply due to the potential floodway encroachments and flood risk throughout the Delta, but does not specify locations.
Jeff, can you move the slide forward one?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
RRP3 is limited to specific channel reaches in the Delta, and for these reasons, we recommend the council deny the appeals as the policy does not apply. This is described in the draft decision on pages 168 to 170. Okay, the last grouping of policies, and there are 8 of these, are policies where we recommend the council deny the appeals because the appellants did not meet their burden and substantial evidence supports the certification of consistency. And we'll go through each of these in turn. We'll begin with GP1B2, our policy regarding mitigation measures. It requires that covered actions include all applicable feasible mitigation measures adopted in the Delta Plan or substitute mitigation measures the agency finds are equally or more effective. GP1B2 requires that covered actions implement all applicable feasible Delta Plan mitigation measures or equally effective substitutes. Here we recommend again that the council deny all of the appeals related to mitigation measures for a number of reasons that include, I should start by explaining that the mitigation measures are expressed in a crosswalk that basically establishes the Delta Plan mitigation measure that's required to be included and the corresponding project mitigation measure that is determined by the agency to be equivalent to or more effective than the Delta Plan regulation or the Delta Plan mitigation. Some mitigation measures rely on future activities, such as, for example, cultural landscape surveys that were discussed at the hearing. Mitigation measures are binding conditions of project approval. DWR's mitigation monitoring and reporting program is a legally binding mechanism that tracks and enforces the commitments covering impacts to agriculture, recreation, and cultural resources. There are a number of appeals that essentially identify mitigation measures that DWR proposes, but then essentially indicate that they might not be pursued or they wouldn't be pursued in the manner defined. In those cases, there's a presumption of official responsibility. The law requires those mitigation measures to be implemented, and our role is not to second guess the degree to which they would be effectively implemented. Measures are applicable only when a CEQA environmental impact requires mitigation. This, for example, applies to our consideration of mitigation concerning golden mussel, recreation, and solid waste disposal. These are instances where in the environmental impact report, the department determines that the impacts in those considerations would be less than significant, and for that reason, no mitigation is required. In those instances, we do not require independent mitigation beyond what's proposed in the EIR. Measure consistency is what the council evaluates rather than adequacy or enforcement. This is an example of the consideration of agricultural conversion and mitigation for that matter. Best available science. GP 1B3 mandates the use of best available science in planning and implementing covered actions. This policy is about ensuring that decisions are based on the most current, relevant, and credible scientific information. There are 6 best available science criteria expressed in the Delta Plan: relevance, inclusiveness, objectivity, transparency, timeliness, and peer review. GP 1B3 requires covered actions to include detailed findings that, as relevant to the nature and purpose of the project, the covered action documents the use of best available science. And the nature and purpose of this project, as defined by DWR in the certification, is construction, operation, and maintenance of new state water project water diversion and conveyance facilities in the Delta. Here we're recommending the council deny all GP 1B3 appeals related to best available science, again for a variety of reasons. The certification cites record evidence related to best available science criteria. The certification includes a discussion for each major scientific topic. There's a discussion of how the project fulfills the best available science criteria, that the list that we just went over. Often, the appeals are challenging the final environmental impact report or some other part of the certification, but not the findings that the department makes with regard to best available science. The appeals often also do not address all of the record evidence. There's again that obligation from one of the rules of the road to consider all evidence, not just the evidence that underlies one aspect or one outcome of an approach. The council does not reweigh evidence or fact find, and conflicts in evidence are resolved in DWR's favor. For a variety of these reasons, the appellants do not meet their burden, and the certification is supported by substantial evidence with regard to best available science, and this is outlined in the draft decision on pages 53 to 78. Certain covered actions must also include adequate provisions to assure continued implementation of adaptive management. This is covered by our policy GP1B4, which requires an adaptive management plan and documentation of access to adequate resources and delineated authority, ensuring that projects can respond to new information and changing conditions. DWR finds that the Delta Conveyance Project is consistent with GP1B4 based on 5 distinct management and monitoring plans. DWR is also noted in the certification and supporting record that they're legally required to collect sufficient revenues to cover all state water project costs. One appellant argues that funding sources, contractor payment agreements, and cost estimates supporting DWR's conclusions are unsupported and inadequate. Legal obligations and long-term water supply contracts are evidence of adequate resources and authority. For these reasons, we recommend the council deny appeals, and this is summarized in the draft decision on pages 78 to 81. Reduce reliance on the Delta through improved regional water self-reliance. This is policy WRP1. This policy would prohibit water exports from the Delta if certain conditions are met, specifically if water suppliers have not adequately reduced their reliance on Delta water. WRP1 requires water suppliers that would receive water from the Delta as a result of a covered action to take steps to reduce reliance on the Delta and improve regional self-reliance. Looking back at the FSOR, the final statement of reasons that supports the intent of the regulation when it was adopted, that shows that the intent of WRP1 for consistency with the policy to be met in either of two ways. A certifying agency can show a decrease in reliance based on decreased exports of contracted supplies or increased self-reliance. DWR in this instance analyzed water management plans from 257 suppliers, finding that 8 were unable to document reduced reliance or improved regional self-reliance. DWR addresses how the water suppliers that failed to meet that condition did not significantly cause the need for the Delta Conveyance Project. 6 appellants argue that the failure is understated. The appellants do not identify record evidence that the A1 failure by one or more specific suppliers significantly caused the need for the Delta Conveyance Project. And WRP1, importantly, does not require absolute net reduction in Delta exports, and reduced reliance can be shown as an amount or a percentage. So with this policy, if the answer to 3 questions is yes, the covered action is inconsistent. A no answer to 1 or more question means the covered action is consistent. The certification needs to include specific findings that answer 3 questions. Has 1 or more water supplier that would receive water as a result of the export, transfer, or use failed to adequately contribute to reduced reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance? 2, has the failure to reduce reliance and improve regional self-reliance significantly caused the need for the export, transfer, or use? And 3, will the proposed export, transfer, or use have a significant adverse environmental impact in the Delta? Condition 1 is met. 1 or more water suppliers failed to reduce reliance and improve regional self-reliance. Condition 2 is not met. DWR in the certification addresses how the water suppliers that failed to meet the A1 requirement did not significantly cause the need for the export, transfer, or use. Condition 3 is also met. Appellant's claim and DWR does not contest that the export, transfer, or use will result in environmental impacts to the Delta. For this reason, we recommend the Council deny all appeals to WRP1 as described in the draft decision on pages 81 to 90. And I believe this is actually our last one. Not quite. I'm getting there. So next up is policy ERP1 regarding Delta flow objectives. This policy requires any new project in the Delta to be consistent with the State Water Resources Control Board's Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan flow objectives. Flow objectives as defined as a particular volume of water at a particular location at a particular time. The Delta plan is required to include a strategy to restore Delta flows and channels to support a healthy estuary and other ecosystems. Here again, our recommendation is the Council deny all ERP1 appeals for a variety of important reasons. First, to establish clearly, and the decision does underscore this, a flow objective sets an amount of water in terms of cubic feet per second that must flow in a water course at a given time. And it's important to acknowledge that ERP1 consistency is distinct from D1641 or Decision 1641 compliance. D1641 is the applicable water quality standard, or the applicable flow standard. D1641 establishes both flow and water quality objectives, such as salinity standards. The Council determines ERP1 consistency with flow objectives rather than the full suite of criteria in D1641. The Water Board itself sets flow criteria for the Delta Conveyance Project and must approve a change in point of diversion associated with the project the pre-approval, or I'm sorry, the Water Board sets flow criteria for the Delta Conveyance Project and must approve a change in point of diversion. DWR finds that the Delta Conveyance Project is consistent with ERP1 based on modeling and data that purport to comply with the D1641 requirements, a historic compliance record, the initiation of a CPOD petition before the Water Board asserting compliance, and Water Code 85088's requirement that requires a change in point of diversion approval prior to construction. So in essence, there's a combination of data, historic compliance, an existing petition before the Water Board asserting compliance, and existing law that requires that change in point of diversion approval prior to the project proceeding. It's important to note here too that pre-approval of D1641 is not required. There's been a lot of dialogue about the extent to which the council would require the Water Board to complete its process prior to certification. That remains a best practice, but the regulation itself does not describe or acknowledge that that's a precondition. So that's an important consideration. This is described in the draft decision on pages 90 to 98, and this is described in the draft decision on pages 90 to 98. The best practice remains securing the Water Board permit prior to council certification, and if there is a petition before the Water Board asserting compliance, the council lacks the authority to separately determine compliance independent from the Water Board with regard to D1641. It remains the council's responsibility to ensure consistency with ERP1. Now the last group of policies. So this is ERP2, ERP3, and ERP4. ERP2 requires habitat restoration to be located at appropriate elevations. ERP3 requires avoidance or mitigation of significant adverse impacts to opportunities to restore habitat in what are known as priority habitat restoration areas, which are specific locations within the Delta. ERP4 requires levee projects to consider, and if feasible, implement alternatives that expand floodplains and riparian habitat, including setback levees within specified areas. Here, one appellant challenges all three policies on the premise that they require restoration rather than mitigation. Here, the appellant misinterprets the policies, and we further find that known mitigation sites described in the CMP are not located in ERP3, priority habitat restoration area. For these reasons, we recommend the council deny the appeals of these three policies as described in the draft decision on pages 98 to 102. Switching gears, we'll talk about the annual implementation report that's described in the first few pages of the decision. This is a reflection of the council's interest in several matters related to Delta Plan implementation, and it builds on a water code provision that enables the council to request reports of state and local agencies regarding matters important to implementation of the Delta Plan. Here we're requesting an annual report to be prepared by March 1st, beginning in 2028, and presented to the council within 90 days of submission. The report may describe implementation of the project as a whole, but there are specific topics that we have considered and implanted into the draft decision with regard to specific community concerns that have been expressed to date. Those include engagement with environmental justice communities, tribes, and local agencies, completion of cultural landscape surveys and treatment plans, storage of reusable tunnel material and disposal of hazardous materials, construction activities and efforts to reduce noise and traffic in the Delta, the Community Benefits Program and its funding and expenditures, updates on the Accountability Action Plan proposed by DWR, including updates from the Ombudsman for the Ombudsman Program, a summary of any modeled changes to the Delta Conveyance Project operations from climate change and sea level rise, status of planning and construction funding, resource needs and resources secured for adaptive management, implementation of the compensatory mitigation program, progress on the change in point of diversion petition at the Water Board, and any implications that progress has on Bay Delta flow objectives and water quality. So, the staff recommendation at this point is that based on the analysis and findings in the draft decision, staff recommends that the council approve Resolution 2026-03, which, among other things, would adopt the draft decision and the findings contained therein, and remand the matter in part to DWR for reconsideration of golden mussel and harvest water issues identified as part of policies ERP5 and DPP2, as they're set forth in the draft decision pursuant to Water Code Section 85225.25, and then third, to deny all remaining appeals as set forth in the draft decision, again pursuant to Water Code Section 85225.25. That concludes the presentation. Thank you for indulging.
Thanks, Jeff. All right, just a couple of assurances. Number one is that we are going to start public comment on time at 10:45. So what we're going to do right now is take a short 5-minute break until 10. We will come back at 10:05 and allow the council members until 10:40 to ask questions of Jeff and anybody else on the special support team that need to help answer any questions. We will take another break then at 10:40, and then we will start public comment at 10:45, and we will have plenty of time after public comment for members to continue questions or deliberate, but I just want to give a for sure time assurance on when public comment will start. So that's the plan. 5-minute break. We'll resume at 10. Thank you. All right, it's 10:02. We're going to start coming back. So what we're resuming with is questions for Jeff from the council members on his presentation. So I'll just turn it over and see if anybody wants to be recognized for questions for Jeff. Anyone?
I didn't want to go first.
All right. Oh, Ann. Okay, we'll let Ann go first. How's that? Councilmember Patterson.
Thank you. I have comment-y question.
Okay.
First, I just wanted to thank the staff for the incredible work. There were 10 appeals with, many, many issues raised, required a very detailed analysis, and I know took a lot of work of a lot of people. So I want to thank you for the work and for helping to simplify it for us and for the people paying attention today, as well as you did. So thank you for that. I did also want to acknowledge and appreciate the request for the annual implementation report. I know during public comment, I heard a lot of concern from the community about implementation and like enforcement, and are some of these promises around mitigation going to happen? And so I think having that annual opportunity for a check-in, while I understand, and maybe you can speak a little bit to the fact that, implementation and enforcement are beyond the scope of our consistency review. This is giving us an opportunity to continue to have a forum for people to check in on those issues. So just want to give you an opportunity to comment on the outside of the scope, but also kind of issue. And then I have one other question. So.
Well, first, thank you for the acknowledgments. And my favorite statistic about the draft decision is that there are more than 1,000 citations in there.
Yeah.
And there are a few people specifically to thank for that. In terms of the implementation report, that is something that the council, one of the council's charges is, or actually one of the council's authorities given to it by the legislature is to request reports on implementation of the Delta Plan. And here we're looking at the interface of the Delta Plan and the Delta Conveyance Project. I think part of our, as you acknowledged, part of our thinking in including the report was to provide an avenue for, should the project proceed, provide an avenue for the council to receive updates on situations, I guess cases of community trust, cases where, like on the example for the mitigation measures we were making earlier, there are commitments made by the department, but there's potentially a lack of trust in the community with regard to the department following through on those commitments. This report avenue provides a mechanism for checking in on those things and giving the community an opportunity and a venue, and the council members an opportunity and a venue for further exploration.
Right. And thank you for clarifying. This is obviously, we're remanding, so this project is not moving forward, but if it were to move forward.
Should the
this would
project
be
move forward,
I
yeah.
appreciate that. The other question that I had was regarding let me see, I may ask somebody else. I wrote down my question, and, oh, here it is. On GP1B3, which is, there was a kind of discussion of something related to the nature and purpose, that it was essentially outside the scope of the nature and the purpose of the project, and I just wanted you to help me to understand that particular finding. Sorry if that's too detailed a question.
No, it's not.
You're welcome to call up a friend. I think it's on page 57, so there is a discussion about it. I think particularly, it's about the best available science. And I think specifically the golden mussel. So I just wanted to better understand, that particular, the scope of the best available science requirement. If you could kind of help me understand that a little bit better, because I think basically what it's finding here is that the golden mussel is not kind of the nature and purpose of the project. It is, so it's dealt with in a different area, but I just wanted to make sure I understood what the finding was there.
So the purpose and the nature, the purpose of the nature of the project in this instance, as defined for the Delta Conveyance Project, is the construction, operation, and maintenance of the new state water project, water diversion, and conveyance facilities in the Delta. So we're talking about construction, operation, and maintenance. That's distinguished from, I guess, what one could refer to as sub-decisions that concern matters that extend beyond those considerations. And that raises the question as to whether an impact analysis is
part of
germane
that, I
and
see.
central to purpose and nature of the project.
Got it.
Like, there's the purpose and the nature, and then the
There's
outcome.
the impacts. I
Right.
see. That was very helpful for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Daniel? Councilmember Zingali for the record.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff, so much for that. Concise, you covered a lot of ground. And I concur with Ann's feelings about the report. I think that's a terrific idea. I was just wondering if there's anything we should know about the process of getting to the recommendations of the topics for that report. Is there thinking about how much is too many to, maybe lose focus or put too much burden on the department? Of course, my thinking is also additive because I care about the sandhill crane habitat issue, which I know may be addressed if we take the staff recommendation for one of the remand areas. But I was thinking maybe that could be in here. Just anything you want to illuminate about the process of coming down to these, looks like 12 worthy issues. But, it could probably go on and on.
Could. In large part, they're reflective of, and I think I want to acknowledge and share, I think, staff's perspective that the hearing was extremely robust. There was a lot of really good dialogue between the appellants, between the council, with community members, and I think a lot of this impetus for this report comes from a lot of the items that were discussed in that setting, and essentially acknowledging that should the project move forward, that continues to be an important dialogue, and we want to create a place and a space for it. And to be able to continue to carry the conversation on those issues, and I think to Councilmember Patterson's concerns or expressions regarding enforcement, it's the ability to follow through and to identify how those issues, again, there's a lot of community concern regarding those issues, And the report provides an avenue for accountability and transparency with regard to the way those issues are approached.
So I think, I hear you saying that the process for coming up with this particular list is responsive to what we've heard from public testimony and from.
It's responsive to what we've heard from public testimony. It's responsive to the dialogue that occurred in the hearing.
Yeah,
And again, it creates that opportunity for future transparency.
thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Eggman.
Thank you. And I think we all sound like a broken record just in thanking you and the staff for all the hard work. I know we've all had briefings, we've all seen all of this report, and it is incredibly thorough and covers every issue that was raised. I guess I also want to just talk about the annual implementation report. And I think this is if we proceed with the remand, it's a good chance for a reset. As someone who's lived in the Delta, it's, there's a large degree of mistrust. And so I think this will provide an opportunity to restart relaying all that trust as we're going forward and to be able to actually look at the things that people bring up. And then hopefully it'll help the department have something to be able to look back on and say, here it is, here it is, here it is. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity for a reset.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, Maria? Okay. Councilmember Moranian.
Microphone.
I have two questions. One is, hold on. When we ask for the report and these categories, are these categories in the report anyways, or we are asking for additional information?
So we're asking both for the report and for particular content in the report. The ask on the particular content is not limited to those items. The department could certainly include additional or supplemental items, but those are the specific items that we're asking for particular updates on, again, in response to community concerns.
But they're already there, or it's additional categories that we're asking for?
Okay, there is no existing report requirement. The report requirement would be established by the decision.
I see.
So the
I
decision
thought there's a draft
establishes.
of it or some version of it. Okay.
Right. And then the report, the decision further establishes the desired content of the report.
And then I have a legal question. Substantial evidence is the concept. If you could just break it down.
Sure. So the Delta Reform Act sets out the process for certifications of consistency. It imposes the requirement for covered actions to file a certification of consistency with detailed written findings. It also explains, who can appeal. Any person can appeal. It explains what you can appeal for. And then ultimately, with respect to the decision-making by this council, it states that the decision is based on substantial evidence in the record that was before the agency that submitted the certification of consistency. So that's the standard of review that's been provided to us by the legislature. It is a deferential standard. There's different standards of evidence in the law, but it's not a free pass either. So there has to be evidence, as Jeff pointed out in his presentation. What constitutes substantial evidence? It has to be solid, reasonable, credible, of solid value. And there's a distinction between being under a substantial evidence review and being an independent fact finder. We're not, this body is not being asked to be an independent fact finder where they resolve disputes of evidence, as far as who's right, who's wrong, what's the ultimate truth. It's an appellate body, and that's just the burden that the legislature has chosen to provide this council with.
So would you say that it's a qualitative and quantitative framework of
I would say
from
that
where we start?
Yeah, there's the substantial evidence standard is pretty well grooved in law. So there's a lot of legal authority describing the contours of the substantial evidence standard, what it means, particularly with respect to administrative agency decisions. So there is at the end of the day, the department has already made findings. Those findings have been challenged, and now the role of the council as an appellate body is to look, hey, is there evidence to support those findings? And if there is two if there's competing evidence and you can draw inferences from both, the way substantial evidence works is
Sure.
that inference is drawn in favor of the certifying agency.
Thank you. Thank you. You answered my question.
Okay, Councilmember Burgess, ready?
No. All right. So talking about the framework, we only get to take this out for a drive so often, right? And so it's concerning to me coming from a position that represents the folks from the Delta. So the framework has some challenges for us, and I see words like infeasible or not applicable. In the report, it talks about how, sorry, DWR acknowledged that a project that would benefit many would be at the loss of a few. And I'm just trying to figure out, I guess I'm making a statement right now. Folks that are powerless in these decisions they have less influence, but have more of the impacts. And I think it's frustrating because some of the parameters that are considered were not meeting the rules of the document rather than the spirit of the mission. So I wanted to start off, and I didn't. I have incredible respect for the expertise and the professionalism of the staff of the Delta Stewardship Council. So anything that I am challenging is truly just as a representative of the Delta trying to lift certain things up. So one of the things that's concerning to me is that this report came out Monday afternoon, which gave very few people a chance to really look at it and respond to it. Even what I saw was a draft, and then I saw this. I feel like the size of this project, the length of the report, and the depth of the, of what it addresses, I feel like it was a short amount of time. And I know there's been some requests for some delays, and I think that that's something that the Stewardship Commission should think about, because we do have rules. And I really am appreciative of Jeff kind of pointing out kind of the parameters of what we're supposed to be doing versus what we may want to do. And that's where the struggle comes for me, because I do want to work within those parameters. So I'm going to just go through some questions because I want to make sure that I don't go too far. How do you, there were a lot of questions about public engagement and trust. Is there a way of measuring that in what you are doing with all of these appeals?
I think it would be helpful if you could point to somewhere in the draft decision that we could respond to.
So there were questions about outreach to the Delta communities, tribes, and environmental justice groups, saying that it was more of a check the box kind of thing. And I suspect that some of these answers are going to be, there isn't specific requirements related to how that engagement happens, but I do want to put it on the record by asking that question.
Yeah, I think maybe in regards to DPP too.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the community engagement is important to us as well. And it is not, so for example, tribal consultation, there is not a specific regulatory requirement in the Delta plan to conduct consultation in a particular way. There are other existing laws that do require that consultation and do require it to be conducted in particular ways. Our regulations do not have a requirement for that could be appealed. So again, it's limitations, not limitations, challenges associated with the process as opposed to consideration of the deep concerns.
Yeah, I know with a lot of different agencies and departments that I work with across my county and the region I work in, there's those outreach requirements, and if you check the box, you've done it, but doesn't mean you've actually done the work where you've heard people and responded. And I didn't feel that DWR communicated that. On oversight and accountability on the annual updates, if this is to go through, I would like to maybe have that come before the Stewardship Council so that we could really make it a robust thing that has what needs to be in it. Let's see. There were a lot of comments about farms and small businesses and neighborhoods when people talked about cultural sites, community identity. None of that is a requirement, even though it's talking about Delta as place. I guess some of my questions are future considerations to help make this a better document that helps address the things within this commission. It seems like this whole substantial evidence thing, I talked to Jorge about it because I'm not a lawyer, and the fact that conflicts in evidence favor the certifying agency. When we're in the fourth largest economy in the world, we're supposed to be the most innovative, technologically advanced, and also thoughtful as far as inclusion, diversity, equity, and all of those things. For the communities that don't have the resources to, lift things up like the state of California, I think there needs to be some way to help make that happen. And again, going back just to the timing of this, was that the last minute that it could be put out, or could it have, or did we have, when did that staff report need to be put out?
You're asking about the draft decision?
Recommendation, yeah.
So a couple of things. The Delta Stewardship Council, in the Delta Reform Act, is required to make its decision within 60 days. There is a regulation that provides the council some room to maneuver, but it's based on an agreement of the parties. We don't have like some sort of good cause, at least for the issuance of the decision, that would give the council general discretion to extend the statutory timeframe. So the part of the problem that that staff faces is, you have a very limited time to make a really, really significant decision, and that's the legislature, made that decision, and, we obviously don't have the power to change that. So staff, as you know, worked hard. It was a pretty significant challenge to respond to given the scale of the record, the
Right.
amount of the pleadings submitted by the parties. But there is, to answer your question, there is no set time frame for the draft decision. What we're ruled by is Bagley-Keene in this
Right.
instance, and it has to be made public before the decision is voted on. And I can tell you, obviously, staff worked hard to try to get it out as early as possible, like in a form that was ready to be consumed.
And like I said, with all due respect and true respect for everybody, in the spirit of really trying to represent and give everybody a voice, we did meet Bagley-Keene by, I think, having it out at the proper amount of time. But can we be more generous, giving people time to absorb it? The commissioners plus the public. I'm just throwing this out because I believe that there are people that have that thought. Watching the time. Okay. So on DPP2, there were 10 appeals, but the only remand is on the Harvest project, correct? harvest water?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the, with the consistency, DWR, if they just said it wasn't feasible, that's all we have to see, and then we don't go any further because we're not fact finders?
Actually, in that instance, there were a couple of cases, for example, RRP1 and RRP3, the two flood-related policies, where the department determined in their certification that the policy was not applicable. We got an appeal. In each of those instances, we got appeals directing us to evaluate if it is applicable. In those cases, we did evaluate if it's applicable and concurred essentially then with the department that it was not applicable. There have been cases in the past where there have been past decisions where a policy was determined by the agency to be not applicable, and we actually found that it was applicable. That occurred, for example, on Lookout Slough.
And then I know that one of the, a lot of the conflicts that I heard during public comment and from the appellants and with DWR was there was not a lot of agreement on the modeling. There'd be modeling over here at this time range or this, and that did not rise to the level of that needed to remand any of these things.
That's correct.
Okay. I probably will have more questions at the end, but I'm trying to be timely, so thank you.
Thanks, Diane. And Councilmember Miller, did you have a question?
I do, and I do think it bears repeating really to the entire team how much work this took, how many nights that you've all stayed up, and how there has been kind of just nonstop work since our last hearing. So really just an immense amount of gratitude for the work, the integrity, the time, and honestly, the way it was drafted, I think for folks to really understand, I think should be a model just for water policy going forward. So thank you all very, very much. My question is on ERP1, and so I understand that the decision concludes that the water board's jurisdiction is invoked through this pending petition, the CPOD petition, and that we'll follow up on that in our annual implementation report. And our role, and maybe Mr. Henderson, you can help me with this, is limited to determining whether substantial evidence supports the department's finding of consistency, not whether the project will actually comply with the Bay Delta Plan and flow objectives. That's with the State Water Board. I think my point of clarity, in addition to the implementation report, at what point does the council's appellate authority re-engage if the water board final CPOD order imposes conditions that then materially alter the project operations or raise new consistency questions? And if you could help me really understand the mechanism to ensure that re-engagement happens before, I know we remanded the other, potentially the recommendation is to remand, but how do we re-engage then before construction commences? And this is a little bit for me just understanding all the pieces of how water policy works in California and what the checks maybe and balances are. Does that question make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think in terms of the change in point of diversion, should the board end up requiring material changes to the project in order to secure that, those changes may be subject to a certification of consistency. So when we remand, for example, when we remand a matter, on future certifications, those certifications are limited to the council's findings on that matter, unless there are changes to the project, in which case those changes need to be certified. So in that would be an example of a circumstance under which there would be a change to the project that would itself then be defined as a covered action and require certification.
Great, thank you very much.
Does that answer the question?
It does. So once the water board potentially makes a decision, if there's a substantial change, it would require a new covered action.
Which would then require evaluation of ERP1, at which point there would be a permit and a change project.
Great, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Gail, can I follow up on that?
Please.
I'm probably just lagging behind in my understanding, and that process is not triggered by our remanding something. That's the case no
That's
matter
happening
what,
now anyway.
whether we remand or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry, Gail.
No, thank you. That actually is a really helpful clarification. In terms of engagement with communities and local agencies that is considered in the implementation report, I'm curious just how you envision the consultation process, if that's the correct term, for the implementation report. Do you imagine that the board will help guide that, or will that just be staff? Like, if we were looking at what the council would like to see in an implementation report, how can we work collaboratively on that to provide that type of input?
I can respond to that. So it's the council that has the authority to request reports. So what is in here is a suggestion based on the rationale that we described earlier. There's also a footnote that says that the council has the ability to amend it at any time. I think we also thought that part of the point was the presentation, so establishing an expectation that annually there would be a time when the department would, at least once a year, come in front of the council, at which time the council can really ask any question that it wants related to the project, right? So there's a couple different ways. I mean, there's adopting it as is. There's future amendments at a discussion at a council meeting where the council members could vote on a future report. And there's also, giving it some time and then amending it in the future. I imagine that we will identify additional topics that we're going to want consistent reporting on, should the project move forward.
Great, that's very helpful. Thank you. More questions?
Your question made me think of a question regarding the change in point of diversion. If that requires material changes to the project, it may trigger needing a new consistency to come to us. Is that based on requiring a new EIR, or how does the EIR process fit into that?
It would depend on the specific circumstance in the facts associated with the outcome.
Got it.
But ultimately, it would be the department that would determine whether or not an additional environmental impact report or other CEQA process was required.
Got it. But that doesn't necessarily tie that process to us maybe feeling like we would expect a new certificate of consistency from the department?
It would be our expectation, should the changes to the project qualify as a covered action under the provisions of the law, it would be our expectation that would occur.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. All right. Well, it's 10:33. Do we have any other member questions? Because we could take a little bit longer of a break until 10:45 and then start public comment and then resume with questions and deliberation. Does that sound good to everyone? Okay. For a reminder for those in the room, if you want to make a public comment, please check in and get a blue card, and that way we can do a count and know exactly how many we have and try to kind of estimate the online ones. And we are going to take a look at how many commenters we have and then sort of make a decision about staying with 2 minutes or possibly extending it if it doesn't seem like there's, an overwhelming number that we could consider that. So it would be helpful if you guys could signal to us and let us know who is planning on commenting, and then we can make that decision on the fly. So we'll take a break until 10:45. All right, we're going to get started. We have resumed. It's the screens. As I mentioned, we're going to pause our discussion to begin public comment. The council will continue its discussion after receiving public input. Emma is now going to explain the process for providing public comment. And I also want to say at the beginning of this that based on the number of cards it looks like we have so far and the number of hands raised, we are going to be able to extend the time for public comment. So for the public, it will be 3 minutes, and we've had a request from appellants to extend that a little bit longer, and I'm fine with that. I think we can give up to 6 minutes per person who are representing an appellant or appellants. And then, Emma, you want to go ahead and explain how the public can proceed?
Yeah, anyone who would like to provide oral public comment today during the public comment period can contact the council clerk via email at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov and provide a name and organization if applicable. Please denote if you are a tribal representative or elected official. Those requesting to comment will be called by the council clerk to speak in the order those requests are received. If you are having technical difficulties or need assistance submitting an email during this meeting, please contact 916-204-3002.
Thanks, Emma. And I'll just say, if a large number of people show up, I reserve the right to change my mind. We don't anticipate that, but I just want to say it. As well, if you agree with comments made by a prior speaker, feel free to simply state that fact and add any new information that you feel is pertinent to the issue. We plan to take a lunch break around noon and come back at 1 o'clock to resume public comment if we have more commenters. Emma, do you want to call up our first commenter?
Yeah, so we will begin with elected officials, then requests to comment in the room, then online. And I will call 3 speakers at a time. If you are able, please line up behind the microphone. So our first commenter will be from Esperanza Vielma, speaking on behalf of the mayor of Stockton. You should be able to speak now.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, again, my name is Esperanza Vielma. I'm speaking on behalf of Mayor Christina Fugazi of the City of Stockton. And good morning, Chair and members of the Delta Stewardship Council. I'm Mayor Fugazi of the City of Stockton, speaking on behalf of the community that sits at the heart of the Delta and lives with the direct consequences of your decisions. Today's consideration of the appeal on certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance Project is not just a procedural step. It is a defining moment for how the Delta Plan is implemented and upheld. The Delta Plan was built on co-equal goals: water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration in a manner that protects and enhances the Delta as a place. From Stockton's perspective, this project raises serious concerns about whether that balance is being honored. Our community continues to face disproportionate environmental and economic burdens. Increased salinity intrusion, degraded water quality, and impacts to local fisheries threaten not only our environment, but also public health, agriculture, and regional jobs. These are not abstract risks, they are real and immediate. We're also concerned that the certification of consistency does not fully account for cumulative impacts on disadvantaged communities in the Delta, nor does it adequately reflect the Delta Plan's environmental justice principles. I also want to speak directly to the role of science in this decision. As someone with a scientific background, I am particularly troubled by the draft decision's treatment of climate modeling concerns. The critique offered by Stockton's expert is not isolated. It is echoed by the Delta Independent Science Board, which has questioned the reliability of DWR's modeling and its implications for accurately assessing water quality impacts under future climate conditions. The council cannot both fund independent scientific review and then disregard it when it challenges project assumptions. Doing so weakens the credibility of this process and raises serious questions about whether decisions are being guided by the best available science as required under the Delta Reform Act. If the Delta Plan is to mean anything, it must be enforced with rigor, transparency, and accountability. Consistency cannot be a box-checking exercise. It must reflect genuine alignment with both the letter and spirit of the plan. We're asking the council to uphold its statutory responsibility, find the certification inconsistent, or require substantial revisions that bring it into full compliance with the Delta Reform Act and Delta Plan policies. Stockton is not a sacrifice zone. The law does not allow it, and your decision should not either. Thank you for your time and your responsibility in this critical decision.
Thank you for your comment.
We will now move on to our in-person requests for comment. Our first three commenters will be Dwayne Martin with Martin Livestock, Amanda Bull with the Delta Protection Commission, and Brian Young with the Sacramento Area Sewer District. Right up there. Is the mic on?
There we go. Thank you for having me again. I'm Dwayne Martin. I graze the cattle on the Twin Cities complex, known to us as the Nevin Ranch. This property lays between Twin Cities and Dearson Road, Franklin, going west across I-5. When you go up and down I-5 between Sacramento and Stockton, you drive through the middle of this property. I run about 500 mother cows and their calves there from April 1 to December 1. This Twin Cities complex for the tunnel would ruin the ranch. It would become an industrial area with huge berms, 15 feet high, that will encompass 200 and plus acres of a muck pile that the community and us will have to look at forever. Those that are driving by this complex will wonder, what on God's green earth is that? There will be a batch plant up the road a mile. This is zoned agriculture. This is not an industrial area. If the owner of this property wanted to put an industrial park in there, they would shut it down immediately. In addition to providing pasture for cattle, these lands provide habitat for many species of bird. These two have collaborated, these two have cohabitated for many, many years here, cattle and wildlife. Pasture land in the Delta and the South Sacramento County is increasingly disappearing for other crops and homes. The Harvest Water Recycled Water Project will help this habitat and help this property along with many other farmers in the area. The farmers in the South County are constantly having a hard time making it, staying in business with the growth of Elk Grove, increasing costs, labor issues, and government regulation. This is just one more thing hampering food production in this state. If this project were to go through and siphon off the water from the North Delta to bypass the rest of the Delta, farming in the South Delta will become increasingly more difficult. The habitat will disappear. This project is not good for California. This project is not good for the Delta. This project is not good for the taxpayers. It was said in this document that this helps many and hurts a few. No, this project helps a few and hurts many. It hurts every taxpayer of California. Our money will be being wasted on a project that doesn't help the greater good of California. It helps a few and ruins a lot of habitat, a lot of ground that is producing food for the taxpayers of this state. There are many other alternative projects that could be done with this money, with our taxpayer dollars, used wisely for water storage, to produce and provide more water for all the people of California, for drinking, for farming, production of food, recreation, hydroelectric. I strongly urge you, for the better of California, that this project gets put by the wayside. The council should remand DWR certification for the 2 reasons in the draft decision, and because the tunnel's other inconsistencies with the Delta plan policies that protect the Delta agriculture. Please take care of those of us that live in the Delta, my friends, my community members, and those of us that are working our tail off to produce food for the people of this state. This isn't helping us. This is hurting us. Every time I turn around, my government is hampering my ability to feed this state. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming today, and thanks for your comments.
Next, we have Amanda Bull with the Delta Protection Commission.
All right. Do I have 6 minutes as an appellant?
You do have 6 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chair Lee, and good morning, council members. I'm Amanda Bull, and I'm the Executive Director of the Delta Protection Commission. I'll be providing some general feedback on the draft determination and a couple of specific recommendations if you choose to move forward. The Delta Reform Act charges this council with ensuring proposed projects are consistent with the Delta Plan. This obligation includes achieving the co-equal goals in a manner that protects, enhances, and sustains the unique cultural, historical, recreational, agricultural, and economic values of the Delta as an evolving place. This draft decision does not do this. If the council adopts this draft decision, the council will fail to fulfill its overarching statutory duty. The draft decision is legally flawed in many respects. First, it undermines the Commission's role. This consistency process and the draft decision improperly undermines the Commission's important role under the Delta Reform Act by refusing to consider the Commission's comments pursuant to Public Resources Code 29773 in this process, and by limiting the Commission to the role of an appellant only and not allowing it to also comment on the appeals of others, which it has a right to do. Second, the standard of review is inconsistent and unclear. The draft decision applies to the substantial evidence standard of review inconsistently and at times analogizing to CEQA, and at other times saying CEQA does not govern, and in those instances, sometimes not specifying what metrics do apply. And in applying the standard of review, the draft decision entirely ignores that the council, per its own regulations, is to treat the Delta Protection Commission's comments as an expert in adopting its findings. Third, it improperly concludes that best available science for recreation is not an appealable issue. The draft decision reaches a legally unfounded determination about GP1B3 for recreation. It does not make a finding that the department used best available science for recreation. Instead, the draft decision says that this isn't an appealable issue because it is not relevant to the purpose or the nature of this project. This legal interpretation is wrong. We urge the council to not let the department off the hook by improperly dismissing the role of best available science for recreation impacts. How can the council comply with the statutory obligation under Water Code Section 85054 if it does not require best available science be used for recreation? It simply cannot. Finally, it improperly interprets requirements of DPP2. The draft decision likewise reaches a legally unfounded determination about consistency with DPP2. It characterizes DPP2 as allowing the department to show consistency by demonstrating it mitigated the impacts of siting its facilities in a manner that plainly conflicts with Delta legacy communities and agricultural uses. But DPP2 requires more than that. It requires a demonstration that the siting is such that in and of itself avoids or reduces impacts prior to considering mitigation. The Delta Protection Commission urges the council not to adopt this draft decision. We also support the requests from many of the other appellants that this decision be delayed until the May Council meeting. We simply have not had enough time to review this decision. If the council does move forward with adopting the decision as proposed, we have a couple of discrete requests for modifications that we request that you adopt. First, strike footnote 7. Nothing in the regulations suggests, as the footnote does, that the Commission is precluded from serving as both a party appellant and as an expert on the issues raised by other appellants. More importantly, for the decision today, the proposed clarification is irrelevant. The decision does not at any point other than in footnote 7 draw a distinction between the Commission's two roles or classify information presented by the Commission as being per one or the other regulatory provisions. The footnote is superfluous and could present issues for the Commission that go beyond the scope of this decision and therefore weigh on the Commission's next steps. To avoid any issues, we simply request you strike footnote 7 from the decision. Second, given the decision's failure to address the Commission's concerns per Public Resources Code 29773, while the project is on remand, we request that you direct your staff to meet with the Commission and with DWR to consider any project amendments that may address its concerns pursuant to PRC 29773. In addition, this is my last point, the Council could create a role for the Commission in the annual implementation reporting process the proposed decision calls for. We appreciate that the decision calls for this reporting, but reporting in and of itself is of little to no effect. We urge the Council to refine this implementation reporting to require consultation with the Commission prior to the report being presented to the Council so that the report can include recommendations from the Commission as needed to avoid, reduce, or mitigate the project's impacts to the Delta that may arise during implementation. Pursuant to PRC 29773D, the Council could then, within its discretion, adopt the Commission's recommendations. And we do have draft language that I'd be happy to share with Council if that is something the Council is interested in pursuing. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Thanks for being here.
Next, we have a comment from Brian Young with the Sacramento Area Sewer District.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Council members. My name is Brian Young. I'm an Environmental Program Manager for the Sacramento Area Sewer District, or SAC Sewer. I just want to take a minute to say that SAC Sewer appreciates and agrees with the Council's recognition that the DCP is inconsistent with Delta Plan Policy DPP2 with respect to the siting of the Twin Cities Complex and the Harvest Water, Sacramento Sewer District Harvest Water Program. We agree and emphasize the Council's finding that DWR did not sufficiently review or fully comprehend the DCP siting conflicts with the Harvest Water Program, including the critical dependence of the program funding on location-specific habitat improvements, the extent of the recycled water irrigation areas, and the impact that reducing these areas would have on the groundwater sustainability plans for the South American subbasin, or South American and Cosumnes groundwater subbasins. These were approved by DWR in July of 2023 under SIGMA. This lack of full understanding of the siting conflicts, I think, is further evidenced by DWR's recent comments to the draft decision. As we've shared in the past, SAC Sewer is contractually obligated to deliver critical and measurable ecological benefits and habitat protection of priority species as a condition of our Proposition 1 and Prop 4 funding to date, which to date is over $360 million. The area proposed for the Twin Cities complex is more than just a high-value area of critical but limited sandhill crane foraging and roosting habitat. But it's also a strategic location that's nestled between two iconic preserve areas in the South County that provide provides crucial connectivity or continuity of open space and habitat protection for a multitude of different species. As recently as just last week, the state of California continues to solidify its investment in the Harvest Water Program, with the California Water Commission approving an award of an additional $52.1 million in funding for the program. This investment, I believe, demonstrates that California recognizes harvest water to be a critical component of not just the Delta, but really the state's overall goals and policies towards the environment, water recycling, and water storage. Harvest water clearly furthers the co-equal goals of the Delta and deserves to be fully protected in all state agency decision making. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate your comments.
Our next 3 in-person commenters will be Emily Papalardo with the Pear Fair Steamboat Resort and Thule Engineering, Dante Nomalini Jr. with the South Delta Water Agency, and Jennifer Pierre with SWC. Sorry, I don't know that acronym off the top of my head. State Water Contractors.
Hello, Council. Emily Papalardo here again. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on this. I'm wearing my paraprofessional shirt today, although I don't think my comments are going to be very paraprofessional since we had about 2 days to look at everything, and there was a lot in that 200-page document, and I'm still trying to digest what to say and how to say it, because this is the biggest project that would ever hit the Delta. And I think it takes a lot of consideration, and I don't want to discount what the staff has done and how much work they did in that 60 days to look at all of our comments and review them in accordance with the Delta plan. And I would hope that the Stewardship Council also had that time to look at all those 200 pages and digest what was said there and how, and determine individually if you agree or disagree with the findings of the staff. Because I think each of you, one of you, have been appointed to this role in looking at how you protect the Delta through the Delta plan. And so I really come here today with that question, and I hope you take that consideration of the magnitude of the decision that's going to be made or not made today. But to really think about the people in the Delta and how, we didn't have a whole bunch of time, and we're, all living our lives, doing our, planning Pear Fair. We had our meeting last night, actually. And in trying to prepare for this today and to get everything done, and I'm going to have to submit written comments and really jam on what I can find in the draft decision. I do want to commend the staff on finding a few issues that they will remand. I believe that I don't agree with all of the denials. I think there's a lot there that we can continue to work through that would, I think, show that the Delta Conveyance Project is not consistent with the Delta Plan on many of these regulatory policies. So I appreciate the time for the comment today and this process, but I think this also can I think this process today can help us relook at how this consistency hearing could be done for extremely large projects. I think, smaller projects, of course, could have a 60-day review, but this one that's going to take 13 plus years to build and drastically change the makeup of what the North Delta looks like and how it operates should probably use some more time. I think even on like the staff level, that 60 days probably was really hard for them to do a sufficient job to look at what the appeals said and to look at what the Delta plan is. So thank you so much.
Thanks for being here, Emily. We appreciate your comments. Thanks for pairing with us.
Our next commenter is Dante Nomalini Jr. with the South Delta Water Agency.
Good afternoon, council members. Dante Nomalini Jr. on behalf of Appellant South Delta Water Agency. I think that gives me 6 minutes, which is cool. First and foremost, you should not make the determination today. The decision was too big. The project's too big. It's too momentous of a project to be rushing it. The last time they did it with the water fix, they had a workshop, which was very helpful because you can hear comments and your staff and you could react to the comments. So your regulations do allow you to have as many hearings as you need, and you can have a workshop. So the fact that you need to have a decision within 60 days of the hearing, you control your hearing schedule, you control how many hearings, and you should absolutely consider giving everybody more time. I do commend the staff. I don't know how you guys did it, but you did cover a lot of ground, but you also left out a lot of ground. A lot of the issues we raised, you guys either made passing reference to or didn't address at all. And actually, I think part of that is because you were under a tremendous burden yourself. This was an overwhelming amount of things. So strongly urge you to at least kick this over to May, give us a chance to look this over, give yourself a chance, and give your staff a chance, and even to react to what you hear today. So speaking of other deficiencies that merit remand, I'd like to just use a few minutes that I have to talk about the reduced reliance policy. There will be no project where this policy hits as squarely as it does here. So it's really important to get this policy right. And the draft decision does not get it right. And just to go through it real quickly with you, DWR intends to deliver water exported through the DCP to 257 water suppliers. Your draft decision acknowledges that at least 194 water suppliers failed to demonstrate that they are contributing to reduced reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance as required by the reduced reliance policy. Your policy is very specific as to what these water suppliers are required to do, and you agree with us that 194 of them didn't do that. It was actually all 257 didn't do what they were supposed to. Your decision doesn't address our contentions in that regard. But regardless, the problem is that DWR determined that only 8 water suppliers failed to make that demonstration. So it didn't consider the 194 or the 257. And having the critical number of water suppliers that failed to make that demonstration, or having that number be correct, is critical. The reason is because your policy requires DWR to demonstrate with substantial evidence that the failure of the water suppliers to demonstrate reduced reliance and improved self-reliance is not a significant cause of the need to export water through the DCP. In its certification, DWR only provided evidence that the failure of 8 water suppliers was not a significant cause. And so what we're stuck with today is you have a certification that contains no demonstration that the failure of all 257 or even 194 water suppliers was not a significant cause of the need to export water through the DCP. Now, just to put that in context, when they looked at 8, they said, well, those 8 people that they thought failed to comply, that would only be about 40,000 acre feet, they estimated. So they said 40,000 acre feet is not significant enough to cause the need for this project. What we don't have, I don't have, you don't have, your staff doesn't have, is how much water are we talking about when they look at all 257 water suppliers who failed to properly demonstrate, or even 194. We don't have that number. And you need that number because that number is critical. If that failure to reduce reliance is a significant cause, then they need to make massive adjustments to this project because they're in violation of your policy. So they need to get that number right. You should ask your staff. I think they'll agree. They acknowledge, at least it should have been 194, not 8. So that's something you could fix today. If you decide to go on, when you remand it, you should ask them to give you the evidence of the larger number of suppliers who failed. And then, just quickly, there was a lot of other issues we raised. We talked about their petition to maximize their exports. We had problems about no operation plans being provided for levee failures, sea level rise, droughts. We also talked about the inadequacy of the sealing of the borings for their hundreds of geotech. All those issues were either completely ignored. I don't think they were even referenced, most of them. So again, more time is necessary so you can and your staff can do a better job. And then just lastly, on the evidentiary the rejections of our evidence, all of the appellants submitted documents that we thought should be in the record. And the reasons given for rejecting them were very misplaced, to put it politely. Just for example, I submitted the petition to extend the time. And one of the reasons to reject that was they said it wasn't relevant to our appeal. That makes no sense because I cited it in our appeal. It was one of our main contentions, so it's absolutely relevant to our appeal. So those rejections they need more time to go back and clean those up. So lastly, thank you for all the work. I was impressed what you folks did on the water fix. I'm impressed now, but you left a lot out, and there's a lot of problems. So please give yourself more time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Jennifer Pierre with State Water Contractors.
Good morning, Chair, Council members. Jennifer Pierre, State Water Contractors. We represent 27 public water agencies, both ag and urban, who receive some portion of their supply from the State Water Project, and 18 of which are currently part of the planning activities for this project. This is a very critical supply. Been working on this for a very long time. I first just really want to sincerely thank staff. This is a huge lift to evaluate this project and all its different processes it goes through, but regardless of the outcome, just the work you've done to really dig in on the plan and the letter of what's required. Just want to thank you. I also want to be clear how much work the public water agencies have done over the years to actually reduce reliance on the State Water Project. Even just in this last month, there's been 2 ribbon cuttings on projects in the local State Water Project service area for recycled water projects. That's something we take very, very seriously. And I want to just acknowledge DWR and all the work they've done to make sure that this is compliant with the Delta Plan. That was a huge lift for the department to do over the last several years. As it relates to what's before you today, there's 2 areas that have been proposed for remand. One is golden mussel related. I just want to make sure the council members are aware. There's at least 3 different pieces of legislation currently being considered by the legislature. It's an emerging issue. We are engaged in technical meetings, policy meetings. Water agencies are coordinating across the state to try to figure out what are the best management practices for dealing with this. This is a state issue. This is not a DCP issue. Whether or not, whatever happens with DCP, there will be best management practices that emerge as what we are supposed to be doing for different facilities. And of course, the Department of Water Resources, as a water purveyor, as any water agency in any part of the state, is going to be implementing those BMPs. So I'm not really sure what the value is of a remand on this issue versus having this be part of a reporting or something else where there can be some sort of acknowledgement and awareness of what the department ultimately determines to do on this issue, which will be consistent with all the other water agencies who everybody's working together trying to figure out how to manage this problem, which is unfortunately on the backs of all the water agencies and caused by others. On the other issue on the siting, I just want to point out DWR repeatedly requested for information on the Twin Cities complex and did not receive anything specific that would have allowed them to use that information to actually cite things in a way that would fully avoid it. And as our letters indicate, we are consistent when feasible, which is what the letter of the policy actually says. But I do think there needs to be some responsibility by parties who are appealing on this issue who also didn't provide the information to allow us to fully review that. So again, thank you to staff, thank you to DWR, and thank you to council.
Thanks for coming today. Appreciate your comments.
Our next 3 in-person commenters will be Beth Olhaso, Lisa Kirchhoff, and Carrie Buckman. So first we'll have Beth Olhaso with Inland Empire Utilities Agency and Municipal Water District of Orange County.
Good morning. Beth Olasso here with West Coast Advisors for Inland Empire Utilities Agency, the Municipal Water District of Orange County. Also been asked to give comments for Western Municipal Water District. So 3 metropolitan member agencies. I want to echo the comments of Ms. Pierre from the State Water Contractors, and then really hone in on what these Southern California water agencies have been doing to reduce reliance on the Delta. We have spent billions of dollars in water use efficiency measures. So we're talking about rebates for turf removal and high efficiency clothes washers, other things for efficiencies, recycled water projects. Inland Empire Utilities Agency has $1 billion project for advanced treated water that not only cleans up water in the Chino Basin, but provides 50,000 more acre feet of recycled water to the region a year. Stormwater capture, all of the infiltration basins that are being utilized whenever possible by all of these agencies. and other efficiencies that are reducing our reliance on the Delta. At the same time where we know we're going to have reduced Colorado River supplies. So we're looking for just new acre feet in general, and doing a really good job of making up for that, pardon the pun, the Delta. But this project and all of the work that has gone into showing that it is consistent with the Delta plan is critical. We are operating under an all above approach. There is no one size fits all. There is no one piece that is going to create a water supply portfolio that is going to be the silver bullet for sustainability. We have to do all of these things. And that's what all of these Southern California water agencies are doing together with our partners in the north and as a region to make sure that our rates can stay as low as possible and that we can provide clean, fresh, safe drinking water to all of our residents. So we really appreciate all the hard work. It's incredible that everything that went into this, and we urge adoption of the consistency. And thank you very much.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Next, we have a comment from Lisa Kirchhoff.
Hello. Thank you all for letting me have a chance to speak today. As a resident, one in which falls into that category of probably hurting a few, I'm speaking today with concern for those who may be most affected by this decision. Sorry, every time I talk in front of you guys, I start to cry. I'm speaking today with concerns with those who may be most affected. I care deeply about this community, about the role agriculture plays here, not just as an industry, but as a way of life for many families. Agriculture is already facing real challenges, and I worry that moving this project forward could add that strain. I find myself asking, who will feed our state if local farmers disappear? Is it worth putting California farmers out of business to rely more on global trade? What will happen to our local economy if agriculture declines? I also wonder, are we certain that this is the only viable solution for addressing our water needs? I want to acknowledge the hard work that went into these reports. At the same time, they're difficult for the average resident to fully understand, especially those most impacted. Receiving them just 2 days before the hearing makes it harder to engage meaningfully. I hope we can do better in making information timely, transparent, and accessible. It sounded like there are not current policies in place to make time important, so allowing it for everyone to digest. As for the implementation plan, I'm trying to understand what happens if the findings raise concerns. How will they be held accountable? And how will we know that they're accurate? Does this plan provide more water or just move water? I say all this with respect, but I am also a genuine desire to make sure we are choosing the best path forward. We should not move ahead simply because there's been so much time and money already invested in this particular project. I hope we can all take a step back and decide if this is really the best option for California. Sorry, I lost my place, but yes, that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Our next comment will be from Carrie Buckman with the Department of Water Resources.
And just to clarify, they're a party, so they're going to get the same 6 minutes that the appellant people are getting.
Thank you. I wanted to start with a really big thank you to the staff who have worked on this. It's clearly been an incredibly big effort, and I really appreciate all of the work that went into developing the draft determination. We submitted a letter with some detailed comments on the 2 policies that were recommended for remand, and I wanted to just summarize a few key points related to those 2. So the proposed policy ERP5 remand related to the consideration of habitat for golden mussels. ERP5 is focused on protecting the Delta ecosystem. The tunnel itself is not part of the ecosystem. So the concerns that the tunnel would provide additional habitat, the tunnel is separate. The intakes would interface with the Delta ecosystem, but they would have less potential for golden mussel growth than the existing riprap because of the regular mechanical cleaning and maintenance of the fish screens. Also proposed policy DPP2 remand related to the conflicts with harvest water. I think fundamentally we do not agree that a certification must address conflicts with both existing uses and general plans because the policy clearly states or, and that term has been used by other council determinations such as Lookout Slough. However, even considering that perspective, we did look at both existing uses and the general plan because they both specify agricultural use for the Twin Cities complex. The Sacramento County General Plan only includes a general recycling program without specifics. It does not mention harvest water. The Twin Cities complex land use is designated for agricultural use, and we considered conflicts with agricultural use as part of our certification, and we avoided those conflicts when feasible. We do not see a basis in the policy that we should have considered how conflicts with agricultural use would potentially have effects to other third parties or planned programs, and our focus was avoiding these effects when possible. Our letter addresses other concerns specific to lack of acreage, lack of groundwater effects, and lack of effect on Sac Sewer's contract with DFW. We have heard from commenters that there are concerns that are not addressed through the narrow lens of the Delta Plan consistency process. I just wanted to mention that that doesn't mean we aren't listening. We find this to be a really valuable process and we are listening very carefully. We appreciate the time that the commenters have put into this effort, and we are going to continue to listen and try to incorporate ways to address those concerns when we can. We urge the council to act today to direct staff to amend the draft decision to deny the appeals as to these two issues and approve a final decision. If there is a remanded policy, we do need as much time as we can have to address those remanded items as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Our next comment will be from Gia Moreno with the Hood Community Council. Then we'll hear from Kelly Tabor and Osha Meserve.
Hello. Thank you for having me. My name is Gia Moreno, and I am the Secretary of the Hood Community Council. I would like to thank you for having me here. I hate coming to these meetings. I don't ever get invited. The town doesn't get invited. We are ground zero for this project, and we are never considered. Within the tons and tons of documents that come out, Hood's glossed over. For land use, they never mention what they're going to do to us. In all the meetings that we've been to, when we ask questions about what's going to happen to the town, what's going to happen to the 270 plus residents, to the historic homes, we're not acknowledged. We're not considered an EJ community for whatever reasons that DWR and the DCA have decided. We're a low income, mostly brown community. But for some reason, we don't qualify as environmental justice, probably because we're literally ground zero for both intakes. As far as land use goes, it hasn't been addressed what's going to happen to us during construction, what's going to happen to our elderly residents when the entirety of the town is surrounded by construction materials and vehicles, what's going to happen as far as noise levels, the crops that are grown in town, the animals that are there, with regard to everything that happens during construction, pile driving, noise pollution, pollution from dust. We haven't gotten any kind of response of value to what they're going to do with the tunnel muck as it sits there on both sides of our town, and how we're supposed to deal with breathing anything that comes in from that. We haven't gotten any significant responses as to what's going to happen with our groundwater. Is it going to get lower? Is it going to be contaminated? We haven't gotten any significant response to what's going to happen to the levee when they take out the portions to put the intakes in. We're talking about levees that are over 160 years old, and removing just a chunk of them. We haven't gotten significant response to what we're supposed to do if there's an emergency and we're completely surrounded by, I don't know, they haven't given us, I keep looking at OSHA because she's my answer person. We haven't gotten an answer as to how many trucks are going to come by on the haul road. We haven't gotten a response to how they're going to put in the haul road when there's a bridge in the way. We haven't gotten a response to what they're going to do with the people in the houses that they're going to have to remove when they put the haul road in the way. We haven't gotten a response to what's going to happen to the rest of the people in the town while construction's going on, because the people that are not directly in the path of the haul road aren't going to be eligible for eminent domain. Essentially, we've been told in all the meetings that we're going to have to deal with it, or we can move away for 15 to 20 years. Our town is full of elderly people. They don't have 15 or 20 years. Now I'm going to cry, Lisa. My grandmother lives there. My grandmother's statement to me, and the reason why I come to these meetings and why I've sat through 8 million hours of Zooms and why I was on that farce of a stakeholder engagement committee, was because she said, I'm not going to be alive when the tunnel is finished, but you and your dad and the kids, my kids, will be, and you'll have to deal with the aftermath of what happens. So during the entirety of this process, my grandma, who's lived in Hood for about 80 years, doesn't know what's going to happen to the only home she's ever known. And she's going to have to watch it get destroyed so that a few people in Southern California can have water, because this is the only way that anybody wants to find to fix their water problems. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate your comments.
Next, we have Kelly Tabor with Sacramento County Water Agency, Sac Sewer in the city of Stockton.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. The parties I represent would like to acknowledge the substantial effort by your staff to consider all of the issues raised in our appeals and the appeals by all the parties to this proceeding on extremely short time. The draft decision reaches the right result, but for not nearly enough of the right reasons. On every issue but two, where DWR had literally no evidence to support its certification, the decision gives a failing certification a passing grade based on a hyper-technical and at times factually and legally incorrect analysis that relies on arbitrary and unsupported reversals of the council's own prior policy positions, such as the need for DWR to have acquired a water right for a Delta Conveyance Project in order to successfully certify consistency, and based on a cramped interpretation of the substantial evidence standard of review, and that ignores the determinations of its own independent science board, resulting in a flawed decision that fails to see the forest for the trees. The council should insist on better, even if it takes more time. By comparison, the judge who presided over the 11 legal challenges to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, which raised similarly complex factual and legal issues and involved the same standard of review, took nearly 6 months to issue his 161-page decision. The same judge, by the way, who has been presiding over the 10 cases challenging the Delta Conveyance Project EIR for more than 2 years, and who the state water contractors are now trying to have removed from the cases after the judge rejected DWR's attempt to deprive 2 million Delta residents of their legal counsel. The Delta Conveyance Project is just as significant for the Delta as the Water Quality Control Plan, and it deserves no less scrutiny. A rushed process is not due process. If the council's position is that its hands are tied by the process needs to change. And the council should be leading the charge, beating down the door at the legislature to insist on a process and flexibility that gives you adequate time when you need it to fully consider complex decisions. So we urge you to adopt the recommendation in the draft decision to remand the certification. But if DWR returns with a revised certification that does not re-envision and relocate the project to avoid impacts to harvest water and the Delta legacy communities, and provides nothing more than a post hoc rationalization for its siting decisions regarding the Delta Conveyance Project, and the council accepts that, it will have failed the Delta and its millions of residents, not a single one of whom has spoken in support of this disastrous project. And it will have demonstrated to the public and the legislature that the millions of taxpayer dollars spent on the Delta Plan and the bureaucracy behind it have been ineffective in ensuring that the co-equal goals are achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate your comments.
Next, we will have a comment from OSHA Missouri with counties of San Joaquin, Solano, and Yolo, Central Water Agency, and the local agencies of the North Delta.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for reading all of the counties and agencies. I just want to be clear that it's not just San Joaquin County that filed the appeal. We did submit a letter yesterday evening attempting to provide some feedback on the lengthy draft decision. And I think you've heard from everybody the kind of the crush of time to try to respond to what's been put out. You know, we do, on behalf of the appellants I represent, agree with the council's staff draft that you get two big things right in terms of the muscles and the inconsistency of the project with the proposed Twin Cities complex portion of the project. But in doing that, misses many of the connected Delta Plan policies that are connected to those two issues, as well as many other inconsistencies of the project with the 12 enforceable Delta Plan policies, as well as overall inconsistency of the project with the co-equal goals that were just referenced. On the Golden Mussel, of course, we agree with the remand. The new arguments raised by DWR in the letter submitted yesterday don't change anything. As explained in our written submittal, the project is partially within the Delta, and ERP 5 applies. And in addition, this is something that needs to be substantiated in the certification regardless of when DWR finished its environmental review. The key date is when the certification is submitted to the council, not when DWR finished its environmental review. And as we pointed out with respect to the very related best available science and mitigation measure policies of the council and the Delta Plan, DWR has already prepared 2 addenda to its EIR. It's capable of revising its environmental review, developing additional mitigation, doing the things that are needed to, you know, keep up with the timeliness provisions, for instance, of the Delta Stewardship Council's policy on best available science. And with respect to this idea that the purpose of the project is not mussels, that's kind of a tautology. I don't think that this draft report gets that right. The purpose of the project is to convey water, and it's certainly relevant whether the project would provide an opportunity for colonization of mussels within the project, as well as the spread of the mussels throughout the state water project, or worsen a problem that is already occurring. With respect to the issue of the respecting local land uses, again, gets it right with respect to the Twin Cities complex. There's so much more to this project that does not respect local land uses in conformance with that policy. We point out in our letter that these community benefit agreements that have been proposed, they would do nothing of giving grants. You heard from Ms. Moreno regarding the Hood community. Some kind of grant cannot fix what would be done to a town like Hood. The draft decision erroneously states that grants are a way to address land use inconsistencies or issues, and that part of the decision is incorrect. As explained in our letter, the project was not cited to reduce conflicts with existing land uses. With respect to the muck piles, I would just point out that the very same muck pile that's 222 acres proposed on the Nevin Ranch that you heard from Mr. Martin about, there's almost just as big of a muck pile at Lower Roberts Island in San Joaquin County, which would be permanent. They don't have a use for this muck, and that would be just as inconsistent with the existing land uses as the one proposed at Twin Cities Complex. So that's just one example of how the proposed uses are inconsistent with local land uses and were not cited to avoid those conflicts. Same thing for the intakes that would dwarf the town of Hood, as explained by Ms. Marino. There are the overarching goals, as Ms. Tabor mentioned, the sort of missing the forest for the trees of the co-equal goals, and also reducing reliance on the delta. Certainly adding 2,000 cubic feet per second of conveyance capacity to the North Delta does not reduce demand on the Delta, and with reducing urban demand and the availability of other alternatives, we don't need huge new siphons on the river to be able to provide reliable water supplies to all of California. Procedurally, we would ask that you take a second look at the standards for evidence, because the evidentiary standard should be the one that applies to administrative proceedings, and we've explained that in the hastily written letter. Also, we object to the suggestion that DWR has made in its letter that it should begin what it calls early consultation with DWR upon a remand. It's certainly not early consultation. It's not fair to have private meetings with DSC staff that would exclude the public about how to address whatever would be in the remand. We ask that the council revise its approach to that and include the public in whatever would happen. And just to close, we ask that the project do be remanded, and in addition to the 2 issues identified in the decision, for the other issues identified in the appeal that we filed. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate you being here.
Our last 3 in-person commenters will be Tom Slater, Tanisha Herring, and Andon Borchard. So first we'll have Tom Slater with the Delta Protection Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to keep them simple here and quick. I thought that Chair Lee and Vice Chair Miller asked some incredibly pertinent questions that can't be answered today, can't be signed off with relative to the D1641 and the water quality standards. To expect that decision 10 months down the road, or whenever that decision on that water quality control plan, the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, that's taken about 8 years to get to this point, and then have something in that plan that alters this plan, the DCP, you can't have it. And Mr. Henderson, who is, I commend him, he's brilliant at this process, and he answers questions that I'm familiar with better than I can answer them. So I commend him. But his answer to that was, well, if it's materially different, we'll address it then. I'm paraphrasing, that's not a quote. What is materially different in a water quality control plan that's not going to affect this project? It's all about keeping the salt water out of here, because that's why the pumps are at the south end of the Delta now. You may be able to achieve it, but you can't without a water quality control plan in place so that you can adjust this whole DCP. And the 1981 North Delta Water Agency contract that I've beat to a pulp here supersedes that. My words, not that, but the water quality must be equal to or better than that plan. And if you don't know what that marking is, how can you approve a project that is all about salinity control, in my opinion? So I commend those two. Those were brilliant questions that need to be answered. And the answer, the question that you face is, well, we've got a deadline. We need to make that decision. Or we're trying to make it in the deadline. What's the hurry for something this important? Delay, as Danny Nomalini pointed out, get it right. And if that requires more time, my friend Ms. Burgess suggested the same thing. If it's just time, yeah, it's a little bit of inconvenience for a lot of people, including myself.
but it's that important. It's got the whole state talking about it, and you're going to make a decision or a couple decisions based on, well, we have a deadline. I don't think that's prudent. And as chair of the North Delta Water Agency, we're working diligently to make sure that contract is represented, and we're charged to do that. That is what the whole agency is about. And if we can protect the North Delta from salinity control, it only resonates to central and south. If we're clean here, we're cleaner here, and we're cleaner here. And we don't know what that is with the water quality control plan. And I urge you to take some time and evaluate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for your comments.
Next, we have Tanisha Herring with the NAACP California-Hawaii State Conference.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Tanisha Herring, representing the NAACP California State Conference. We advocate for civil rights, environmental justice, and equitable access to essential resources. Water reliability is a racial and economic justice issue because when systems fail, Black communities and other underserved populations are often hit first and the hardest. We support adopting this staff recommendation, which finds that the Department of Water Resources has provided substantial evidence that the Delta Conveyance Project is consistent with the Delta Plan. After reviewing multiple appeals, staff determined most did not meet the evidentiary standard to overturn that certification, reinforcing that this process has been thorough and fact-based. California's aging water infrastructure faces increasing threats from climate change, drought, and seismic risk. Delays in modernization are not neutral. They increase the likelihood of disruptions that disproportionately harm vulnerable communities. We acknowledge the two remanded issues, the golden mussel and groundwater interactions, and view them as targeted refinements. We urge DWR to address them quickly and transparently. We respectfully urge the Council to adopt the staff recommendation and move this project forward while continuing to center equity, affordability, and community protection in every step. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you being here. Are we switching to online, or do we have?
This is our last in-person commenter as of right now. It's Adam Borchard with the North Delta Water Agency.
Thank you.
Good morning and almost lunch. Chair Lee, Vice Chair Miller, and council members. My name is Adam Borchard. I am the manager of the North Delta Water Agency. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comments today. North Delta Water Agency continues to support the appeal submitted by the Delta Protection Commission, the County of Sacramento, and the Sacramento County Water Agency, and respectfully request that the consistency certification be remanded back to DWR, the Department of Water Resources, particularly as the certification concerns GP1B3 for best available science. Those appeals specifically call out North Delta's 1981 contract with DWR for the assurance of a dependable water supply of suitable water quality and DWR's failure to adequately evaluate the 1981 contract. By the time the Delta Reform Act was adopted in 2009, the 1981 contract had already been in place in governing salinity in the Delta for nearly 3 decades. As with the water quality protections for agricultural beneficial uses under Decision 1641, the assurances of the 1981 contract should be factored into the Delta Stewardship Council's consideration of the Delta environmental baseline. It is well known to DWR that the 1981 contract is a year-round contract that obligates DWR to meet certain water quality criteria at 7 monitoring locations for the benefit of the Delta, even in months when D1641 does not apply. The contract water quality criteria varies from month to month, with criteria at each monitoring location based on the 14-day running average. The 1981 contract also prohibits DWR from decreasing the natural flow or otherwise altering Delta channels to the detriment of North Delta water users. DWR's failure to establish use of best available science to evaluate water quality impacts is substantiated by expert testimony and the certified record of the Delta Conveyance Project's water rights hearing currently before the State Water Board's Administrative Hearing Office. DWR's analysis failed to capture the full extent of salinity increases and thus impacts to Delta water users by excluding shorter-term salinity fluctuations. DWR's operations plan for the DCP does not reflect that diversions through the DCP intakes would be limited to ensure DWR will continue to meet its water quality or water supply obligations under the 1981 contract. DWR's evidentiary failure, and as far as I can tell, the omission of any mention in the Delta Stewardship Council's draft decision of the 1981 contract that protects the water quality, rights, and uses for 300,000 acres in the Northern Delta violates the best available science criteria for relevance, inclusiveness, transparency, and openness, and timeliness. It is not reasonable nor credible for DWR to not adequately evaluate such well-known and established contractual obligations that have existed now for 45 years to protect 300,000 acres in the Delta. DWR has failed the Council's substantial evidence standard, and thus the DCP certification should be remanded back to DWR. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, appreciate it. Okay, so now, Emma, we're switching to online, and how many commenters do we currently have online?
We currently have about 10 commenters.
Okay. For those of you online, please raise your hands now. We are deciding about taking our lunch break at noon or going ahead and pushing through to finish all the comments, and then we'll take a little bit later lunch. I think that would be more amenable to the people who want to give comments instead of having to wait for an hour for us to come back from lunch. So it looks like if we have 10 commenters and they have 3 minutes each, we should be able to be done by 12:20 or so.
We do have an appellant online as well.
Okay.
For the 6 minutes.
Perfect.
But it is looking like we have 10 people with their hand raised.
Awesome. Okay, let's just go ahead and push through then. It sounds like everybody's in favor of that.
All right, our first comment online will be Eric Boucher with the San Francisco Baykeeper. You should be able to speak now.
Thank you very much, and barely still good morning. Chair Lee and council members, I'm Eric Busher, attorney for San Francisco Baykeeper, one of the representatives of the 10A5 appellants. I want to thank you for the allowance of 6 minutes to address this, and in that I'd like to make 3 overarching points. First, the draft decision ignores the big picture and common sense in favor of linguistic gamesmanship and a cramped and segregated understanding of the Delta Reform Act, the Delta Plan, and the Delta itself. This is most apparent, as my colleague will explain, in connection with WRP1, where the draft decision adopts DWR's misreading of the requirements and ignores the purpose of the policy to reduce reliance on the Delta in order to achieve one of the co-equal goals of the Act. But it shows up throughout. The draft decision analyzes the Delta as a place as if it were the compilation of land use policies, separate unrelated ecosystems, and wholly independent communities. It analyzes the impacts of the project that the Delta Protection Commission accurately described as too big to be consistent by separating them into tiny slices, each of which are then deemed consistent or acceptable on their own. But that is not how the Delta works. The Delta is a cultural landscape, a historic, interwoven conglomeration of interests and uses, of communities that are connected to and dependent on all of those uses, people, cultures, wildlife, and ecosystems that exist together. It cannot be protected as a place by slicing it into pieces and then trying to fit those pieces back together. Treating the Delta as a jigsaw puzzle, not as a complete picture, is inconsistent with with protecting the Delta as a place. But even if you could ignore the big picture, allowing DWR's unsupported consistency determination to stand would leave a jigsaw puzzle with too few pieces remaining for future generations to be able to comprehend what they were looking at or be able to put it back together. In short, the DCP is not consistent with the Delta as a whole, but even as misunderstood by the draft decision and the Council's approach to these appeals, the DCP would result in death to the Delta by 1,000 cuts. Second, going from draft decision to adoption in less than 72 hours is inconsistent with principles of due process, fails to provide the public or the council with sufficient time to review and understand the proposed decision, and gives the appearance that the council's decision was predetermined, not one based on science, evidence, and the law. There is no rush. The project has no funding, has no water rights permits, and still must overcome a host of regulatory, policy, economic, political, and public hurdles. If, in a wild deviation from past reality and experience, the project can be constructed on schedule, it will not be operational for at least 17 years. Rushing through this process now to reach a politically expedient outcome is unnecessary, unwise, and inappropriate. And to the extent that it is required under Section 5033, on behalf of the A5 appellants, we would agree to an extension of the 60-day deadline. You should ask DWR for the same agreement. Third, the draft decision abandons the co-equal goals, and in doing so, abandons the Delta. Protect, enhance, and restore the ecosystem? Not necessary under the draft decision's interpretation. Protect the Delta as a place? Impossible under the draft decision's understanding of the law and the Delta. Support and listen to the communities most impacted by the DCP? The draft decision and the council claim this is important and claim that they care, but they then cast those interests and people aside, relegating them to annual reports from DWR to describe what is happening. The communities, ecosystems, the Delta as a place are not passive entities relegated to suffering the consequences of the choices of others, with no agency or say in the outcomes of the actions that impact them. The Delta Reform Act demands more and demands different. The draft decision identifies 12 areas where the council remains interested in how the DCP will impact implementation of the Delta Plan. Interest and curiosity are excellent virtues, but they are not actions, and they will not have consequences if the draft decision is adopted. The council will be told in the future whatever DWR deems appropriate to satisfy the council's interest, but the time for acting and protecting and for accountability will have long since passed. Future councils will be left with the knowledge that harm is happening that could have been avoided, but with no way to do so. As Dr. Lytle asked in February, speaking for the people of Stockton and for the Delta, do we not count? Do we not matter? The apparent answer to this question, to be found in the draft decision, is that you matter enough to be told once a year about what is happening to you, but not enough to address your concerns with actions. In conclusion, like my colleagues, I ask that you reject the draft decision. You direct staff to reassess the impacts, remand the decision to the consistency determination to DWR. And I hope you will heed the caution and the passion and the comments of those here today and in February, urging you to see the bigger picture, to remember the demands of the law, and to exercise patience and compassion and thoughtfulness going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next comment is from Christy Ralston with the San Francisco Baykeeper.
Hello, council members. My name is Christy Ralston, and I'm an attorney for Appellant San Francisco Baykeeper. My comments are in response to this council's draft decision regarding Delta Plan Policy WRP1, reduced reliance on the Delta through improved regional water self-reliance. Because the historical export of substantial amounts of water from the Delta has led to ecological crises, endangered fish species, and ecosystem collapse, the Delta Reform Act requires that the amount and percentage of water supplied from the Delta be reduced. The Delta Plan, through WRP1, therefore prohibits export of more water from the Delta unless a project proponent can show at least one of the following. First, the project proponent can show that all water suppliers receiving water from the proposed project have both adequately reduced their reliance on the Delta and improved their own regional self-reliance. These separate requirements, joined by an and, must also be material or adequate. De minimis contributions don't count. Second, assuming at least one water supplier has done so, the project proponent can show that those water suppliers' failure is not the cause for the proposed export of more water from the Delta. Or third, the project proponent can show that the proposed export of more water from the Delta would not have a significant environmental impact on the Bay Delta's ecosystem. DWR admits that at least some recipients of increased water exports have not met their obligation to reduce reliance. And DWR doesn't claim that increasing exports will not have any effect on the ecosystem, nor could it. Instead, DWR undercounts the suppliers who have failed Part 1 and claims that the failure to reduce reliance on the Delta, the failure to increase regional self-reliance, and its own inflated future demand projections for Delta water are not the cause for the purported need for the DCP. DWR's conclusions relies on two plainly inaccurate assertions. First, DWR says the word "and" in the phrase reduce reliance on the Delta and improve regional self-reliance doesn't actually mean "and." Instead, DWR would have us believe that "and" really means "or." And second, relying on that change of the English language, it concludes that 8 rather than nearly 200 water suppliers have adequately reduced reliance. This allows DWR to then claim that the needs of 8 water suppliers would have failed to reduce demand are not driving the need for the DCP. In your draft decision, this council agrees that "and" means "or," not "and ratifies this misinterpretation of subsection A1 of WRP1. And despite claiming that the difference between 8 and 194 water suppliers failing to meet the requirements of A1 is immaterial for the applicability of that subsection, it is at the heart of the question for the applicability of A2, which relies on the number of water suppliers failing to comply with A1 to determine continued demand for Delta water. Contrary to the intent of this policy, and I'd like to note that I am representing an appellant, so I request 3 more minutes here.
Ma'am, we are giving 6 minutes in total to one representative, and that's already been given to Eric Boucher. So if you agree with the rest of his comments, I'd appreciate it if you could go ahead and formulate your conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. So zooming out, just to close out, I want to remind the council of the reason that we're all here. The Delta Reform Act sets the 2 co-equal goals of both creating a reliable water supply for the state and restoring the Delta ecosystem. Unless we're applying that same illogical definition that DW proposes of "and" in subsection A1, that "and" means something. We can't restore the Delta ecosystem by removing more and more water from the Delta. It simply does not make sense that DWR can increase the amount of water it exports from the Delta, call that reduced reliance, ignore the environmental consequences, and claim its conduct is inconsistent with the co-equal goals. So my request is that the council review the findings regarding section WRP1 closely with the co-equal goals of the Delta Reform Act in mind and remand WRP1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Our next comment is from Barbara Berrigan-Perea with Restore the Delta. You should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and council members. Barbara Berrigan-Perea with Restore the Delta. First, before I go into my comments, I want to say that I support the remarks of our colleagues at SF Baykeeper, who are representing us in the appellant process. They're representing us as well as tribes and tribal nonprofits. We also support the comments of Dan Namalini Jr., Kelly Tabor, and OSHA Reserve. When I listened at the opening of the presentation today, there was a moment when it was described by your legal counsel that the definition of an evidentiary standard is deferential to the agency. It reminds me of a great William Wordsworth quote, "We murder to dissect." Council staff has created a schematic to cover up what is clearly a political decision. A win for the governor for this misguided project, which has no funding, at the continued expense and dismissal of impacted tribes and Delta communities. I want to make note today that our tribal partners are not present because with the quick turnaround time for this process, they could not rearrange their work schedules to be present to comment. I really cannot see how what is presented in the consistency presentation the documents, which we're still working through. We didn't have enough time to make our way through completely. How any of this squares up with protecting the Delta as a place, especially when our comments during the appeal process were virtually ignored or left out. We urge you to remand the decision back to DWR and to reject this current draft. The evidentiary logic developed by staff does not meet the co-equal goals or protect the Delta as a place. And last, I just want to say that through this process, I am absolutely heartbroken because this council has some incredible staff who worked so hard with us on how to do proper outreach with community and tribes for the Tribal and Environmental Justice Report. But senior staff and legal counsel is here for a political advancement, not for protecting the 4 million people in the region, our economies, the 7 fisheries that are failing, not for protecting the largest estuary on the west coast of Americas, not for dealing properly with tribal sovereignty and respect for their interests, not for caring about the needs of communities that are either disadvantaged or environmental justice communities. It's heartbreaking. There is a moral purpose to what you do, in addition to the legal one. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it.
Our next comment is from Antonio Alfaro with the Santa Clara Water District. You should be able to speak now.
Hello, my name is Antonio Alfaro. I'm Government Relations Advocate with the Santa Clara Valley Water District, known as Valley Water. I'm here today to support the comments submitted by the Department of Water Resources on the draft consistency decision for the Delta Conveyance Project. Valley Water is a regional water supply and groundwater sustainability agency for the 2 million people of Santa Clara County. The portion of our water supplies that are conveyed through the Delta are the backbone of affordably meeting Santa Clara County's water needs and replenishing our local groundwater basins. The DCP is a vital upgrade to California's water infrastructure system. Without the DCP, California will face more frequent and severe water shortages, increased mandatory restrictions, higher water rates, more land following, higher food prices, food insecurity, and job losses. We thank the Delta Stewardship Council for their thorough review regarding the appeals of the Delta Conveyance Project certification of consistency. The draft decision correctly acknowledges the substantial evidence on record that DCP is consistent with Delta Plan policies. We ask the Delta Stewardship Council consider DWR's April 22nd comment letter detailing how the DCP is consistent with ERP5 and DPP2 and reject draft findings 3A and 3B. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next comment is from Kyle Griffith. You should be able to speak now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Griffith. I'm speaking on behalf of Californians for Water Security, a statewide coalition formed in support of the Delta Conveyance Project. We thank your staff for the hard work that went into preparing the proposed decision, and we encourage members of the council to adopt the proposed decision and reject the appeals to the certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance Project. As others have mentioned, the DCP is an incredibly important project to modernize the State Water Project, improve the water reliability for 2/3 of California's residents. As we've seen during the most recent storms, our hydrology is shifting. We are now receiving water in a much different way than we used to when the State Water Project was conceived and built. And we must take action now in order to prepare ourselves and for this uncertain future. These calls to continue delays and analyze, the further impacts of this project are simply a delay tactic in order to attempt to stop this project once again. As Beth Velasco brought up, many of the water agencies that are members of the State Water Project have taken great pains to diversify their water portfolios and increase regional reliance. Some of the appellants here have joined in support of these local projects, including Pure Water SoCal, and so have we. There's a bill working its way through the legislature, SB 872, which would provide funding for levee improvements and repair conveyance facilities harmed by subsidence. We're making progress on working together, both as water users and members of the Delta. And so it's really frustrating to hear many of the appellants here saying that even after hearings and presenting evidence that uh, ra- at these council meetings that they feel like they haven't been heard, but we've all seen the evidence, we've all heard them speak, and they just don't like the result. And once again, rather than accepting that the decision didn't go their way, they're asking to change the process instead of looking forward to other ways that we can potentially work together to solve California's complex water issues. I'm very, sympathetic to the concerns raised here, but the process is here for a reason, and continue to, berate staff members for things that are outside of this council's control when it comes to the process doesn't help anybody. Instead, I really appreciate the council's recognition of the work that's already been done to improve local water supplies and reduce reliance on the Delta. We look forward to continuing to work in support of improving California's water security, and we urge you to adopt the proposed decision today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next comment is from Morgan Snyder with Restore the Delta. You should be able to speak now.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Lee and members of the Delta Stewardship Council. My name is Morgan Snyder, and I'm here today with Restore the Delta. I'm here to express our immense disappointment with the draft decision on the certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance Project. While we appreciate the remanded decisions on 2 issues, including golden mussels, a significant and growing concern in the Delta, the overall determination that the Delta Conveyance Project is consistent with the Delta Reform Act is not only disappointing, but it is actively harmful to the co-equal goals of the Act. This decision would be harmful to community, harmful to our tribal communities, and it would be devastating for our ecosystems. The Delta as a place represents prime agricultural farmland, a robust tourism and recreation economy, commercial and recreational fishing economies, and one of the most diverse ecosystems on the west coast of the Americas. Upholding and protecting the Delta as a place means protecting these economies, these ecosystems, and the people and tribes that depend upon them. These economies and ecosystems have already been impacted by declining water quality, climate change, and existing water exports. Adding infrastructure to further take from the system will only exacerbate the degradation we are already seeing. We are at a pivotal decision point for the health and vitality of the Delta. The Delta has been plagued with harmful algae blooms, which are an active threat to both ecosystem and public health. We have 7 endangered fish species, and that list continues to grow. The commercial fishing season has been closed for 3 consecutive years, and recreation and tourism industries have declined over 20% over the past decade. This is not a healthy ecosystem and is not a safe baseline to determine that the Delta Conveyance Project would not harm the Delta as a place. The determinations that impacts would be less than significant are based on this deteriorating baseline. I also want to touch briefly on this reporting requirement included in the draft determination. I appreciate that the council sees this as an opportunity for transparency, but it does not mitigate the very real impacts felt on the ground that we've heard across the board from community today. Furthermore, engagement does not equal mitigation. The reporting requirements incorporated into this decision around environmental justice in tribal communities are mere lip service. We've seen the department list email threads as tribal consultation and limited community benefits that exclude significant environmental justice communities like Stockton that will be impacted by both construction pollution and water quality degradation. A report does not and will not mitigate the very real impacts felt on the ground. Councilmember Burgess said it well today. The most impacted communities are not part of this decision-making process. Stating that the project benefits many at the impact of a few frankly confirms our view that the decision does not adequately consider the impacts of the Delta as a place. The Delta Stewardship Council has been tasked with important decision-making power. The fate of the Delta is literally in your hands. I will raise again the issue of delaying the vote to allow further time for review by both impacted communities as well as the council members. Please consider granting this delay to uphold public engagement. If you do move forward with a vote today, I implore you to protect Delta communities and tribes, upholding the protection of the Delta as a place, and hold that the certification is inconsistent with the Delta Reform Act. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next comment is Cynthia Cortez with Restore the Delta. You should be able to speak now.
Good afternoon, Chair Lee and members of the Delta Stewardship Council. My name is Cynthia. I'm the policy manager for Restore the Delta. I'm here to express my deep concern and fear for the future of Delta ecosystem and Delta communities that will live with the consequences if the council deems the project consistent here today. The proposed Delta Conveyance Project is far from consistent with the Delta Plan. Instead, the Delta Conveyance Project preserves the status quo, supporting unsustainable water diversions, weakening water quality standards, allowing further water degradation and depletion of local fisheries. At risk is a Delta annual economy well over $7 billion and the well-being of 4 million Delta County residents. In February, the council heard from many concerned Delta citizens, all in opposition to the project and not one in support of the project. Comments have been consistent with polling results revealing a strong preference for investments in local water supplies over building the Delta Tunnel. The Delta ecosystem and the tribes and communities that depend on a thriving ecosystem deserve an opportunity for a thriving future. Lastly, there are generations of Delta residents that all we know is a degraded Delta, alienated from our local waterways. A degraded environment becomes internalized degradation for the people. This is more than an administrative decision. Today, you are deciding the future of our local economy, public health, and community perception. I urge the council to reject the draft decision. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next comment is from Molly Colton with Sierra Club, California.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Molly Colton, and I am speaking on behalf of Sierra Club, California, and our more than 500,000 members statewide, many of whom reside, work, and recreate in the Delta. As members of the Delta community, we are incredibly lucky to have the Delta Stewardship Council acting as custodians and guardians of this critical ecosystem. Charged with ensuring that our state's governments act in accordance with co-equal goals of ensuring water reliability for Californians and protecting and restoring this one-of-a-kind ecosystem ravaged by water exportation, you do play a vital role in ensuring health and balance within the Delta. That is why it is deeply concerning to see the council move to dismiss the several appeals from your community members that carefully outline how the Delta Conveyance Project violates these co-equal goals. We are pleased to see the council express concern over potential invasive species introduction and habitat loss for the sandhill crane, but that is nowhere near enough. The scientific community is in agreement that rampant water exports is the cause of still moving, warm, over-salinated waters, resulting in ecocide throughout the estuary. As DWR works to erode the strength of the long-delayed Bay Delta plan, there are few to no guardrails in place to ensure that the Delta Conveyance Project does not become another tool of extraction. You, this council, are one of those few guardrails. The Delta Stewardship Council is supposed to protect Delta communities and ecosystems. This decision betrays them. We earnestly request that you deny the staff recommendation and instruct them to review and grant the appeals made by your community regarding the Delta Tunnel's certification of consistency. That said, the 200+ page staff recommendation was released just 3 days ago. At the bare minimum, we ask you to please delay this vote to give us, members of the public, and you, the council, the time to properly read and digest this dense decision. It is alarming to argue that the Delta Conveyance Project, particularly in the current regulatory landscape, is consistent with the restoration of the Delta ecosystem. It is disrespectful to those you represent and a severe abdication of your duty to deny the appeals written by your community that plead for you to recognize this basic reality. Please delay this vote, grant the appeals, and do not move forward with today's staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next comment is from Carol Mahoney with the Zone 7 Water Agency. You should be able to speak now.
Good afternoon, Chair Lee and members of the council. I'm Carol Mahoney, the Government Relations Manager for Zone 7 Water Agency. A detailed comment letter was submitted by Zone 7, so I'll be brief. Zone 7 serves about 267,000 residents in the cities of Dublin, Livermore, Pleasanton, and the Doherty Valley of San Ramon. In the early 1960s, the state of California provided a path forward for areas like Zone 7s that needed imported water to restore depleted groundwater with the construction of the State Water Project. Zone 7 has relied on the state's commitment to provide reliable water source for this area. The residents and the agricultural community have funded local water infrastructure based on these contracts with the state. They've also funded recycle water projects and engaged in significant water conservation to offset this imported water. But no other project can replace the critical water supply that's at risk if the state cannot fulfill its commitments with respect to its water infrastructure. The DCP is a critical backbone to supply agricultural and drinking water supplies. In fact, the roughly 5,000 acres of agricultural land in our area depend almost 100% on the imported water from the State Water Project. Zone 7 continues to be committed to reducing dependence on conveyance of water through the Delta, and based on the commitments, the comments we've provided in our letter, we urge you to deny all appeals and find DWR's certification is consistent with the Delta plan and move today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next comment is from Nicole Whipple with Save California Salmon. You should be able to speak now.
Mahim, Sintamanake Kanema, Nicole Anna.
I'm so sorry, there was a glitch on our end. We've lost your audio and we're going to bring you right back. I'm so sorry. You can start again. Apologies.
Okay. Mahim, Sintamanake Kanema, Nicole Anna, Round Valley Ki Anna. My name is Nicole Whipple. I am a tribal member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, and just to be clear, this is just just for TEK purposes. It is customary for our tribal people to introduce ourselves from the tribes that we represent, but I do not represent my tribal council. I am a policy specialist with Save California Salmon, and I wanted to make just a few brief comments on the tribal beneficial uses and the comment that in the presentation about what does consultation look like. I thank you for your dedication and work to collectively address water security in California. And I would like to also thank the previous commenters in this project, acknowledging the need to make decisions on the Delta as a whole, particularly in the consideration of invasive species. The Water Board has identified and included tribal beneficial uses of water for tribes where every tribe in the state of California, recognized or not, is able to produce a listing for basin plans of our tribal uses. And while we are able to produce those tribal beneficial uses, we have not been yet included in the invasive species. So we have to depend upon other agencies and what they deem invasive species, which may be different from the invasive species that affect our tribal beneficial uses. Some agencies, like CAL FIRE, who has been working with our tribes to restore our watersheds, do implicate tribal surveys. I would, like to recommend that tribal surveys be included in the respect to the tribes of the Delta. I would also like to share, since the presenters mentioned that there was no plan on the very page that I used to log in here, there is a tribal consultation plan under the Delta Stewardship Council that outlines the Delta Reform Act of 2009 is to further the state-mandated co-equal goals for the Delta through the development, adoption, and implementation of the Delta Plan. Our California Water Code has many, many tribes, as an agency that is underneath CNRA and the state of California. The Water Code requires state, board, and regional water quality control boards to begin outreach as early as possible to identify issues of environmental injustices in planning, policy, and permitting processes. We also have, there are many, many codes that include tribal interest and tribal engagement. We are in the Water Code, we are in the Government Code, we are also under the Public Resources Code, and again, CNRA, who is the overarching agency of this commission. This board has recently implemented a toolkit specifically for the stewardship and consultation process, and I would just like to point that out for those who are not aware. Thank you for your time. Kariwuram.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Our next comment is from Maureen Martin with Metropolitan Water District. You should be able to speak now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I am calling from Metropolitan Water District, and I would just like to thank the council and recognize the effort that staff put in to have such a rapid turnaround time, and really appreciate the thoroughness and thoughtfulness of the review. We previously submitted a comment letter for your consideration, and we would like to request that the council does take action and make a decision about the portions of the project that may be remanded so that we can gather all the information needed to make decisions about the project next year when we are considering an implementation vote. So again, please do not delay in your decision. I think you have the information and have done an excellent job considering it. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, we just have one final comment online from Lance Eckhart. You should be able to speak now.
Well, there we go. All right, good morning, Chair and council members. My name is Lance Eckhart, General Manager of San Garnio Pass Water Agency. The Pass Agency serves about 100,000 people across about a 225 square mile region in Southern California. Includes a lot of disadvantaged communities that are especially vulnerable to water supply uncertainty and rising costs. We appreciate your consideration of the certification of consistency and the issues raised in the appeals and for staff's work on the record. From Pass Agency's perspective, the broader record supports moving this project forward. We also disagree with the draft findings related to harvest water under DPP2 and Gold Mussel ERP5. We urge the council to reject those findings. For our agency, this project is about reliability, and it's also about responsibility. The Pass Agency has invested in recycled water, groundwater recharge, water banking, conjunctive use, regional groundwater management, because we believe we're doing our part to conserve water and make every available water supply work harder and work harder multiple times. Local stewardship alone is not enough without a dependable statewide backbone that preserves California's water supply when it is available. Delta Conveyance matters because it helps protect water reliability for our communities, supports more affordable housing by improving long-term supply certainty, helps sustain farms in Central Valley that feed the state and the nation, and ultimately supports California as a whole. We respectfully urge the council to reject draft findings 3A and 3B, deny the appeals, and allow this project to move forward. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comments.
We have no further requests to comment online or in person.
Great. All right. Well, with that, it is 12:30. I want to thank everybody for their public comments. Really appreciate those of you that came in person and took time out to participate through Zoom. We will come back at 1:30 and we will start up with any other questions that members might have for Jeff and his team, and then we will switch over to deliberations and motions. Okay, thanks everybody. Hi everybody, welcome back. It is 1:32 and we're going to go ahead and get started. Councilmember Miller is just walking up, so she should be here in just a moment. We're going to start off with, first let me explain just a little bit of structure for this afternoon. I want to give all of the council members plenty of time to finish asking Jeff and the team any questions that they might have about the draft decision. And then we will turn it over to just comments that the council members might want to make, open dialogue, deliberation. And then, hopefully we'll get to a point where I'm ready to accept a motion. So that's kind of, I think, what the afternoon's going to look like, if that sounds good to everybody. So I'll just turn it back over to anybody that wants to continue asking Jeff any questions. Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
So this might also go to Jorge, but there were a lot of comments in public comment related to the timing, and there was some suggestions that there isn't a requirement that we have to do this right away, that we could delay this. So I just wanted to get a response on, because as someone that has to review a lot of things, this is a big project, an important project, and it was a big report, and to have to review it in such a short amount of time, in my opinion, is also not in the spirit of what we're trying to do. So talk about what the requirements are and aren't, please.
I'll defer to
Sure.
Jorge.
I can take it, Jeff.
Yeah.
So thank you for the question, council member. As the counsel for the council, I am in a position where I can never advise this council to do something other than to follow the law. So it's what is required of us. I will read from 225.20 of the Delta Reform Act. It's the statute that created the council. And this was what the legislature enacted. And it says in relevant part that the council should make its decision on the appeal within 60 days of hearing the appeal. The hearings were completed on the 26th and 27th of February, and the 60th day is almost upon us. I believe 60 days, if you count that out, is Tuesday. So that is what the statute provides. We don't have the power as a public agency to override a legislative, statute. Even via our regulations, we can kind of interpret them. We can provide contours and in context, but we don't have the power on our own to just do something other than what the elected members of our legislature have chosen to do. And so it says 60 days. We have a regulation that says that if all the parties agree, and for certain circumstances, it's mainly like if we just didn't have time, there was an ability to book a place, there might be multiple appeals happening. I'm talking about different covered actions. That if all the parties agreed that we could do more time, I will say that hasn't been tested in court. There is a concern. What happens if the council doesn't make a decision? We are not a permitting body. I cannot answer the question as to what happens if we make no decision. It's likely, though not certain, that the certification would stand if there wasn't a decision of this council, because as we stand, there's a decision made by a public agency, and if that's undisturbed, that's a potential that the court could find. But I just wanted to be very clear.
So can I just be clear on what you just said? If there was no decision, then the decision would just go forward.
The certification would be unaffected. Yeah, there would be no council decision, and it would just depend on how a court interprets whether that's 60 days. It certainly says shall, so I would usually interpret it as mandatory. So I would proceed with caution. That being said, I think the regulation contemplates that if everybody's in agreement, there's nobody that's going to, come after us.
And that would have to. So what would that process be to have that? To get all parties to agree?
Well, there was a request via the appeals process by the appellants, and the department did not agree. So there was a request for more time, and so that has been kind of at least a request has been made. I do not think that this body has the discretion to do other than what the statute on its own, requires. So I just want to be clear about that.
That was my other question. So we don't have the discretion to extend it or anything
I have
like
not seen anything in the law where I'd be able to advise the council in that manner.
that? Okay. That was my first question.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? Because I know we have a regulation. I'm going to wonk out and be legal. I'm with you on this, but the regulation says, or statute says we shall within 60 days.
Correct.
The regulation says if everybody agrees, we can extend, but there's sort of contemplating that if everybody agrees, there won't be anybody left to appeal to a court, so sort of gets around the rule. But you could have a collateral attack on the decision if somebody determined it was like jurisdictional, that like we have to do it in 60 days and we then do a decision after the 60 days, somebody could come in and say, sorry, that decision is not valid because you lacked jurisdiction after the 60 days to issue a decision.
That's a question of standing. In California, we have broad standing. There is, a taxpayer statute that lets anybody in California sue when there's an illegal expenditure by a state agency, which is pretty broadly interpreted by the courts to mean most anything. So like if you're acting ultra vires as a body, then you can get sued.
So I'm just sort of saying, I guess, like, since that also has never been tested, we don't really know whether or not we're also taking a risk, even if we had an agreement.
Because we don't know how the regulation, whether it would, withstand scrutiny in courts. If it's jurisdictional, we'd have a problem.
Got it. Yes, Councilmember Eggman.
Thank you. And this is just, as a new council member, there was a lot of comments to us about not considering the co-equal goals in Delta as place. My understanding is that was the goal, and this body put together policies that then the policies are the ones that find or don't find the consistency with Delta as place. Is that correct?
The policies themselves are the switches which we use to find consistency with the Delta plan itself, which does implement the co-equal goals, which includes Delta as place.
Thank you. That was just, I want to clarify that, because there was a lot of conversation about it, but it's embedded in the policies.
Yes.
The Delta as place, and the co-equal goals.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Zingali.
Thank you. Jeff, I'm wondering if you can offer us any guidance, or maybe just me, but maybe other council members who would have concerns about the residents of Hood and how they'll be affected by this project. How should we process those concerns?
Those concerns were addressed in an appeal on DPP2. Let me just find my notes for that. I'm not finding them readily, so I will not use them. In terms of the appeals that were raised concerning Hood, they were under DPP2 predominantly, and they concerned both consistency with the Hood Community Action Plan, which is essentially an economic development and community viability plan for Hood, as well as concerns that the Delta Conveyance Project might affect the groundwater conditions, the water supply conditions for the municipal water source in Hood. Both of those are valid community concerns and important considerations, but within the context of the DPP2 policy, we're concerned with land use conflicts. And those were not categorized as land use conflicts. They would be conflicts with an economic development plan that doesn't have a land use component to it, and conflicts with potential water supply considerations that are not land uses under DPP2. So in essence, we have issues that we're not able to address on appeal.
Thank you, and I appreciate that you were able to, that you had that in your mind, even when it wasn't on the paper. I'm glad to know that it had your attention and consideration in the process.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, Councilmember.
Yeah, I just want a follow-up question, meaning that we don't have the tools or it's not in our preview.
Under DPP2, the consideration is conflict with land use, residential, commercial, industrial, recreational, agricultural, et cetera.
Got it. Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
Let's see, and Delta Protection Commission had 3 requests, and I'm looking at, that's number 3. She requested that footnote 7 be removed, direct staff to meet with Delta Protection Commission, and to include in the annual report, if it goes forward, participation for the consultations with the commission, and then had some draft language. Is any of that something that we would be able to consider, and if not, why?
I think probably that's not a question for Jeff, and maybe can we?
It's the decision's the council's, so the
Yeah,
council
maybe
can
for
consider what it will.
deliberation.
Okay, I just was asking if it was possible.
Yeah, I think let's circle back to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a discussion about reduced reliance, 194 versus 8 versus 257. You know what I'm talking about, right? Can you address that?
Yes, 1 second.
Yeah, are you, can,
Reducing
and
reliance
explain, explain the difference in the numbers and what it was talking about.
Okay, so DWR found that the failure of 8 water suppliers to demonstrate reduced reliance had not significantly caused the need for the Delta Conveyance Project. And that was after analyzing 257 water suppliers. So the initial set began with 257 water suppliers that would potentially receive water from the DCP. DWR's analysis was that there were 8 who were unable to document reduced reliance or improved regional self-reliance. And the maximum potential failure of those water suppliers gets us to the 40,198 acre-feet associated with that failure. There's another number, 186, which 186 represents around 75% of the suppliers, which is what the appellants have indicated is the proper number to use. In essence, there's no distinction. When the finding on WRP1 is really geared toward the A2 consideration, whether the failure significantly caused the need for the project. Under A1, essentially, the threshold on A1 is 1 or more water suppliers. So if it's 8, if it's 186, if it's 257, the project doesn't meet the A1 criteria, period, which then moves us to A2, which is then the consideration as to whether the failure significantly caused the need for the project. There, the department identifies that the Delta Conveyance Project is needed because regulatory restrictions on the State Water Project and Central Valley Project, projected climate change, and sea level rise would reduce water supply reliability. So on the one hand, they've identified the needs for the project. On the other hand, they've calculated the maximum potential failure of the water suppliers who didn't show reduced reliance in the manner required by WRP1. Together, those indicate that the failure didn't cause this, that the failure of any individual or collective set of water suppliers didn't significantly cause the need for the conveyance project.
So the question I have is, are the appellants or the folks that were talking about this incorrect in how they are summarizing things, or are we reading it differently?
Sure, I'll answer that question. So as Jeff was pointing out, there's 3 questions that have to be answered under
Yes,
WRP 1.
no.
And yeah, yes,
There's-
yes, no, or it could be
There's one
whatever.
no,
Yeah,
then
exactly.
everything's clear.
So for A1, it was conceded by the department that there was at least one. Their number was 8. The
Okay.
difference is how you report. Under WRP1, the Delta plan has a reporting requirement of how you're supposed to quantify, whether you're reducing reliance on the Delta. And there's a specific computation of how you're supposed to do that. So you're supposed to do that in 2 different ways. Either you're showing a reduction in the amount of Delta water that's coming from the water that's coming from the Delta watershed, or as a percentage of your water supply. So there's 2 ways you can reflect that. The 186 are folks that showed that they improved regional self-reliance, that they have done all these, that they've taken all these steps to improve their regional water supply capacity, in effect. They've engaged in different projects, and those, they had amounts that they were contributing, that they quantified as the amount of acre feet that they've contributed into kind of creating their own water supply. The part of the rub and in the issue that ultimately led to the decision is there's a causation component that you have to show that, hey, because that was the 186. So there's 8 who just didn't do anything. And as far as the urban water management plan, there was a larger number that didn't report the way we wanted to, but they did report improved regional self-reliance. And then the question is, did any of those folks, are they the reason? And the fact that they didn't report in the way we want them to in the urban water management plan, did that cause a need for the project? And there wasn't evidence that we could find that the appellants were relying on to support their case that was the case, while the department presented a case as to why it was not, and it was supported by evidence.
And would the Harvest Water Project be considered a project that would reduce reliance on the Delta?
That's an interesting question that we didn't resolve.
Okay.
We weren't asked for it, but I mean.
We weren't asked that question.
It might be something that Sacramento would be able to report in the urban water management plan. I can't answer that.
Yeah, maybe it was an observation.
It depends on the facts of the situation.
Yeah. My next question is related to a comment from someone that said, quote, golden mussel is not a DPC issue. Would you agree?
A DCP issue?
Oh, sorry, DCP, excuse me. A DCP issue. I disagree.
I disagree as well.
Okay, thank you. Number 7, someone said that there is a need for new water as a result of loss to Colorado River. We're talking about less reliance and all of that. Is supplementing what's not happening from the Colorado River part of the less reliance issue?
From a California policy perspective, ideally, yes. You're looking to both improve the reliability. You're looking to improve the regional reliability of the water supply, factoring in both the potential losses from the Colorado and reducing reliance on the Delta. Both of those feed the need to improve regional self-reliance through developing alternative water supplies.
So to simplify things, is it appropriate for folks to, knowing that they can rely less on Colorado River water, shift to Delta water within our policy?
I don't think that's what we were dealing with.
Well, they said there's a need for new water as a result of loss from the Colorado River. So
You mean in the department's assertion for the need for the project?
That was somebody from Metropolitan Water said that.
Oh, okay.
I just, to answer in part your question, I'm not sure if it answers it fully. I will say that WRP1 is, so right now there is existing contracts for water amounts that are coming through the State Water Project. If somebody were to do a new transfer of water and to try to get additional amounts of water through the Delta, I think we'd be consistent to believe that would be a covered action.
Yeah, I just feel like the whole goal has been to reduce reliance on the Delta, and then when there's a need for more water because it's not coming from another source, that's, I'm just pointing that out. Okay.
But Diane, just pointing out that like any future attempt that would have to be certified.
Increase beyond contract.
Exactly,
amounts,
that's right. So there's new water that's being contemplated that's going to be moved through the Delta then. I think our staff would believe that that would be appropriate.
Okay. I think it was pretty overwhelming that there was a lot of folks that felt that the timing of this was, and so I agree, and I think that hopefully in the future we can do something that accommodates the scope of a project to allow people to have more time so that we can model for other agencies. And I know we are meeting the Bagley-Keene and all of those things, but I think we can do better however we can. And it's not again, like I said earlier, this is not a personal attack or criticism. It's really just about trying to lift us all up to do better, because I think, from the top up, there's been discussions about reaching out to our tribal folks, to, environmental justice, making sure that folks that are impacted have a voice, and the resources that people have and the time to just jump on something isn't as abundant as the amount of staff that a lot of these agencies have. So whatever we could do to do better, I guess that wasn't a question. So I will ask, I thought it was interesting that it was kind of characterized as breaking everything into pieces and analyzing it in pieces, but there really is no mechanism right now to look at it as a whole. Am I right?
Look at it as a whole.
The Delta as place, that was really what they were talking about, whether it's the cultural, the historic, the recreational, the all of these, they're all looked at in little pieces, and then, oh, well, that's not feasible, or that's not it's not looked at as a whole, and these communities are a whole. It's a whole thing. I'm trying to give voice to some of the things that people are saying, and I just wanted to give you a chance to address that, because I think this whole process is a little bit flawed in the sense that it favors the agency that's filing for consistency. And I'm not attacking who's this particular one. I'm just talking about the whole process. It lends itself to that. So I guess that question is probably hard to answer because it's not really asked in a question form.
Well, what I will do is offer that the primary policy, the two primary policies we have to address Delta's place are DPP1 and DPP2. DPP1 basically is a development restriction that essentially says new development that would occur in the Delta has to be consistent with the general plans of the individual cities and counties. Particularly, this is germane largely to the secondary zone. And it's got to be something that was essentially entitled or pre-planned in the general plan when the Delta plan was adopted. DPP2 is very specific. It talks about water management facilities, ecosystem restoration projects, and flood management infrastructure. So those are the only three types of projects it applies to.
Right.
That they've got to be cited to avoid or reduce conflicts with existing uses or those uses described or depicted in city and county general plans. And we maintain that it requires both. It requires considering comments from local agencies and the Delta Protection Commission in those citing considerations. And there's a couple of other specific provisions, but those are the ones that really affect how we address Delta's place.
And when it says consider, that doesn't mean try to do something about it. It just means acknowledge it and say we thought about it.
Consider is different than resolve.
Right.
Yeah.
The mitigation. This is a project that's supposed to go, 13 years or something like that, and there isn't any mitigation for those long-term, temporary situations. Is that correct?
For example, temporary agricultural conversion.
Yeah, there's numerous, whether it's the roads closed off, the muck that's being put out, all of these different impacts on these communities that are going to be 10 years or more. Is there a requirement for that as well?
The requirement on the department is as it lays its mitigation measures out, they're legally obligated to fulfill the terms of those. In many cases, Well, actually, in one specific example, I know that there were some appeal concerns regarding the difference between temporary agricultural land conversion and permanent
Right.
agricultural land conversion. And the record essentially shows that DWR considered most all agricultural conversion to be permanent in character and is mitigating to
Considered,
that
but didn't
effect.
resolve.
Well, they're committed
They're
to
mitigating accordingly as though they are permanent
Yes,
impacts.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions so far.
Thanks, Diane, appreciate it. All right, and Councilmember Zingali, did you have a follow-up?
I did, yeah. So Jeff, the draft decision as it pertains to the residents of Hood is on page 131. I know you're juggling a lot of things, and I got some help over here finding that. Thank you, Ann. And it's, of course, consistent with what you said. It's just, there's three details that kind of got my attention in a good way, I guess. One is we cite, the staff cites in the draft, the $200 million to benefit economic development in Delta communities, including Hood is the words we use. So in each of these, I just am curious, does that mean Hood can count on getting some of that $200 million, or they may or may not get some of that $200 million?
I would hesitate to comment on the department's part
So we
with
don't know
regard
for
to
sure.
this, but my understanding is that Hood community activities would be eligible for that fund.
Okay.
Consistent with what they mentioned at the hearing.
And would they be eligible, we also cite the ombudsman being available to communities, so they'd be available to Hood even if Hood doesn't qualify as isn't specified to be an EJ community.
My
Still use the
understanding
ombudsman.
of the ombudsman program is it applies to construction, considerations concerning construction for the project as
So
a
that would
whole.
be available to them. And then the last one is, it's reference to, there will be more in-depth analysis of conflicts with existing utilities. And we're saying this in the context of Hood. Does that mean some of that more in-depth analysis will be about relevant to Hood, or may
That is my understanding based on the department's commitments, yes.
Specifically Hood, we think, not just maybe Hood. It's hard to tell from the draft language, that's why I'm not trying to be a
It's
stickler.
not, my understanding, it's not directly aimed at Hood, but it would be beneficial for Hood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other members have any follow-up questions for Jeff?
I just have
Councilmember
one
Moranian?
question, if I may. Because there's been different versions of the EIR at different times, and this is a question that might not be a discussion subject here, but I'm wondering if you know that if the EIR, when we go to the mitigation measures, is it done by segment, or it's an overall mitigation measure chapter in the EIR?
So the EIR, and I guess I'm speaking about the department's EIR, but
Right.
the EIR is a program EIR, so it addresses the entire
I know.
project.
Yeah.
So there are mitigation strategies, like say for habitat mitigation, where it's a combination of some known sites and some parameters for future sites. So there are some specifics in that mitigation, but there are also more general characteristics.
Sure. But then there's a beauty of program EIRs that you improve it while the project starts, or you go through reiterations of the project.
Correct.
I mean, in my experience, it's been that the program EIRs, in one sense, they're very, very good because you have a chance to somehow perfect your project during.
You can further refine.
Yeah, exactly. And reduce the negative impacts, which gives me hope on large projects like this. Thank you.
Right, yes, Councilmember Patterson.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I think during the public comment, we heard a couple of people sort of raising the same issues that I raised in my questions earlier around what is the nature and the purpose of the project under, I think it's GP1B3, where they were talking about sort of impacts. And what I think one impact was the one that I raised earlier, but people were talking about sort of, other kind of ecosystem impacts, et cetera. And so it sounds like there's, kind of a difference of opinion between maybe DWR and the appellants about what kind of is the project for purposes of nature and purpose of the project, and do you actually include in that analysis impacts? And given that it's come up again, I just was hoping maybe, I don't know, Jorge, like if we have any additional kind of comment or help you could provide in guidance on what that means and kind of the concerns that people keep raising about a narrowed, what the scope of that analysis is.
Sure. So GP 1B3 specifically says that you have to use basically best available science relevant to
Right.
the purpose and nature of the project. So it's not a requirement where best available science has to be used on every single Delta Plan policy basis. It's at the decision-making level. If you look at the Delta Plan, you have decision makers making a decision to do a certain kind of project, and is that decision, based on, the best available science? And again, best available science we define in our regulations. It doesn't mean the best possible science. We have an Appendix 1A that then sets the criteria, and essentially you have to document that you met the criteria in our Appendix 1A regulation, and then have evidence to support your finding that you're meeting that. So, and as far as nature and purpose, the certifying agency is the one who's going to be, best situated to say what the nature and purpose of their own project is. And to the extent that that was raised, we relied on that in our decision. So we pointed to the certification in the language of the department that identified, what the project is. But I think it's, as far as like what the project is meant to do, I think it's pretty, I think the council has seen multiple, now here presentations on this. So
Construction, operation, and maintenance. Yeah.
And that would be page 53, deals with that in more detail.
And 55.
No, Mike. I have one additional question. I noted in the response that DWR provided, and I think I heard, Jeff, you mentioned this, there's an argument about whether or not DPP2 requires you to look at existing land uses and potential contemplated uses in the general plan, like both or one or the other. And I heard you say and, and I know it says or, but it seems weird to me that you would get to pick which one you looked at, like as between the two. So I assume we're taking the position that you need to look at both. And
that's supported by our final statement of reasons.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I agree with that. That makes sense. They also, though, talk about, I think within the Sandhill Crane Converse piece in particular, I think DGR makes this argument that essentially the harvest water program doesn't, like the contract itself says that you have to mitigate in kind of a general area, but doesn't have a location-specific requirement. And I just noted that I think our language in the decision does say that it's like location-specific. And so if we're talking about this particular parcel and whether or not it's available for sandhill crane habitat, and I just am kind of trying to help resolve this question of like, does it have to be location-specific? Does the harvest, water project actually require that this specific parcel be part of it? Because if not, I'm not sure that, it raises some questions to me about whether or not this particular parcel is actually, there's actually a conflict there with respect to the sandhill crane. Are you following what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So Sac Sewer was required to set aside sandhill crane habitat for compliance with their different contracts, including the ones for the water supply investment program funding. That habitat is listed among the enforceable ecosystem benefits in their water supply investment program funding agreement and based on evidence in the record. And there's 3 citations we could offer. The siting of the Twin Cities complex could potentially impact that sandhill crane habitat in impacting Sac Sewer's ability to meet its contractual obligations. And there are some things about this particular location with regard to its elevation above 10 feet above sea level rise, or is it 10 feet above sea level rise? Yeah, 10 feet above sea level rise, which is important for the habitat associated with that species. As also one of the commenters mentioned, it's located between 2 very important preserves, and so serves as basically transitional habitat between those 2. So there are some things that are unique to this property that really necessitate its use as habitat.
Got it. And so is it actually part of the project? Because they were essentially saying, I think, that every year the habitat that might actually be part of the sandhill crane mitigation might change, that it depends on the landowner and whether they sign up. And so I was just confused as to whether or not, like, if this is imperative, that it actually be something that is part of the mitigation.
Can you hear me? Okay. Part of the contract with the...
This is Eva Bush.
Oh, sorry.
Program manager.
You said introduce yourself, sorry.
I was trying to stump you, Jeff. This is my goal, yeah.
That's okay. So the CDFW contract that Sac Sewer has through the WISIP, there is criteria 5 on page 6, and this is in the record too, has a stipulation that the acres for the sandhill cranes are maintained either as roosting habitat or foraging habitat located within 3 miles of a documented sandhill crane roosting site. So the department has stated that, they can use any of that 16,000 or 22,000 is the number they use, the acres, but it has to be within 3 miles of the documented sandhill crane roosting site. So they are contractually obligated to do that. And like Jeff.
The monetization.
Yes, so, and depending on the value of the habitat, you also, you get, it's monetized at different values, so you get more money through funding. But the being between the Stone Lakes and the Casumnas then ensures that you are within that 3-mile area. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I think, yes, thank you. And then I had one last question, which is, DGVR also mentioned in their letter a question about seeking clarification around language where it says to the extent versus blah, blah, blah. I can't remember what the exact words are, but you know what I'm talking about. So I just wondered, is that something that you like?
Where feasible versus to the extent feasible.
Yes, that's it. Thank you. So I don't know if you can speak to whether or not that is what we actually meant by that.
I mean, sure. What was meant, to the extent it's semantical, we can't mean anything other than what the regulation says. So, I mean, to the extent it was described there, it's meant to be consistent with what the regulation requires.
So we meant where, it essentially to mean where, yeah, okay. When feasible.
Yes. And that could be,
it's a tense issue.
and that could be a change that could be recommended in the motion.
Just helpful to clarify it. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Burgess.
So one of the rules that I've kind of learned from this is that if it's not feasible and the applicant says it's not feasible, then it can pass. Is that correct?
The requirement is to reduce conflicts, in this instance, reduce or avoid conflicts where feasible. So there is an avenue to essentially make a finding that it's infeasible. What our recommendation for remand with regard to harvest water is that the department, and it's been read a couple of times from different commenters, and it's a quote from the decision itself, is to fully consider and avoid or reduce, where feasible, conflicts with the Sac Sewer harvest water. And that's essentially what we would be looking for in the event of a potential remand, is documentation of that consideration and finding of infeasibility.
Okay.
Councilmember, if I may just quickly, also just, I mean, it's not enough to say something. Obviously, we have a substantial evidence standard, so it would have to be supported by evidence.
All right. And then just to clarify on a previous question, the co-equal goals are the water supply and then basically the ecosystem goals of it's not necessarily all the other things that we've been brought.
Water supply reliability and a healthy Delta ecosystem in the context of the Delta's place.
Right. So it doesn't really include a lot of the social sciences that we've been considering here at the
It doesn't not include it.
Yeah, I would also add that a big part of implementing the Delta Plan is the recommendations in the Delta Plan. We have an entire chapter on Delta as place, and the bulk of those recommendations were adopted directly from the Delta Protection Commission's work. So going forward, if we were to amend the Delta Plan, that would be the area where we could look at additional protections if the board so wanted.
Agreed.
Thank you. I like putting these things out. Okay, those are my other 2 questions.
Thanks, Diane.
I just have one
yes,
more that
go
I
ahead.
forgot. That's more of a comment, but there have been a lot of comments from people who are really feeling, concerned about the speed of our process. And obviously, I know we've talked about the sort of statutory limitations of what we can do. But I just want to say as a council member, like, just give deep gratitude to the people who came here and participated in this process. It took time out of their days, both to provide comments by Zoom and participate in the February hearing and come again today. It's been very valuable, I think, to the council staff and also to us as council members. So I just want to make sure that people know the gratitude that I think we all feel for the participation that we've had in this process. I know that people are concerned about it, but just know that we did hear and listen. So.
Yeah, thanks for that, Anne. Appreciate it. All right. Yes, Councilmember Miller.
I have, thank you, and I think that was really well said, and I completely agree. On WRP1, I do the decreased regional self-reliance and how that is tantamount potentially to decreasing Delta reliance. Could you, again, I think this is where knowing how the whole water system in the state works is always helpful, and it's something I have a lot to learn on. So what did we use to deny the appeal on water reliance, and where will that decision then be made? That might be out of scope for us, but too out of scope.
Not quite following.
So in WRP1, we talk about this idea that decreased reliance is not a basis for an appeal. We heard that from some of the folks testifying. So can you maybe talk about how we denied the appeal on WRP1?
The WRP1 was essentially the appeals were denied because not on the question of whether it was reduced reliance or regional self-reliance.
Mm-hmm.
It was on the question of whether or not that determination significantly caused the need for the project. So in essence, I'm kind of suggesting that we're not directly answering the question as to whether it requires both. We're determining that based on what's been presented in the record and raised on appeals, it doesn't matter in the sense that more than one water supplier failed to document it, be it 8, be it 168, be it 257, there's still a failure, and that failure, the record shows, did not cause the need for the project. So I guess what I'm trying to suggest is that our finding is not based on is it reduced reliance or is it regional self-reliance. It's did the failure cause the need for the project? Did the failure of one or more specific water suppliers to document reduced reliance and regional self-reliance in the manner prescribed by WRP1 cause the need for the project? And the record shows no.
Okay, so eventually, though, the water suppliers, at what point in this process do they then have to answer these questions? I understand that's not our job, and that's statutorily outside of our jurisdiction, but I'm still just trying to understand at what point does that happen in this process?
So urban water management plans that are prepared by, urban and agricultural water management plans that are prepared by water suppliers do have an option to report the reduced Delta reliance and their regional self-reliance in those plans. And those plans are reviewed by DWR on a 5-year basis. That's been a requirement. It's been an optional component of those water management plans now for a couple of years, for actually a couple of cycles of those plans, and is something that we as a council are very supportive of continuing. And we're committed to working with the department to ensure that that continues. So ultimately, those are reported in urban water management plans that are then approved by the department.
So there's a recommendation in the Delta plan that those reports be prepared with that component every 5 years. But in terms of when we weigh in regulatorily, it's only when there's a covered action. And so in this case, they were required to demonstrate and submit those plans as part of the record.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from members for Jeff? Can I clarify something, Jeff? This is regarding Councilmember Patterson's discussion about the where feasible versus to the extent feasible. So you had said that's a possible amendment we could make. So,
Yeah, I think from a staff perspective, we don't disagree with that.
okay. So you're talking about specifically on page 166 under the conclusion? Because I want to be specific if that's something we want to, excuse me, take up during deliberations.
It's also found on the first page of the overview of the decision.
Yeah.
So like, I think the language tracks, but certainly the intent was to mirror the regulation.
Okay, so it might possibly be in two places
Yeah,
if we
it's
wanted to
likely
change
in the
it.
two places where the remander just is described.
Okay, so, and on page 2.
But if you wanted to begin deliberations, I could look that up and return to you with it. Or ask the team to do that. Okay. Yeah, the team's looking for those.
So
those
what we
locations,
would
yeah.
be deliberating is change a habitat to, or, let me just read a sentence here, and then,
which
I
page
just
are you
want to
on?
wrap my head around what we're possibly going back and forth on. Delta Plan Policy DPP2 to consider and avoid or reduce conflicts between the siting of the TCC and Sac Sewer's harvest water regarding agricultural use, groundwater recharge, and sandhill crane habitat to the extent feasible or where feasible.
Where feasible.
Okay. Okay. If anyone has strong feelings about that, I just want to make sure that I capture both places where
And
we
that
might.
is because that tracks with the language of the regulation.
Okay.
So we would be substituting the language to the extent and changing it to where.
When.
Wait, okay.
Sorry. Somebody please check the regulation, but I believe it says when rather than where.
Thank you.
But so the resolution does provide like the opportunity for staff to clean up non-substantive changes. So you can just direct staff to make sure that it is consistent with the regulatory language. We'd want to make sure that it's accurate.
And then we would do that at all referenced locations.
Charlie, I have one more.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Moranian.
Yeah. If you wanted to finish that, were you
Oh,
checking
we're done.
something?
Yeah.
You're done? I'm going back to the question that that came up earlier on hood, and my question was, and going back again to the EIR, was any of that discussed at all or highlighted in the EIR?
I believe
Being a
so.
program EIR?
Yes, I believe so, because there are mitigation measures that we reference.
Regarding
from that.
specific,
Yes.
okay. So being a program EIR did not impact that, it did not omitted that from
No.
the whole, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? You good?
Is this the time to bring the Delta Protection Commission's requests in? Or is-
Let's make, I'm just double checking with everybody on questions, and then I'll circle back to you very next, okay? Anyone else? Okay, all right, so we'll keep you up here, Jeff, just in case any of our deliberation results in a Jeff question. And obviously during this deliberation, I want you guys to feel free, like get clarification from Jessica or Jorge or Jeff around what we're gonna try to do. So Diane, I'll turn it back over to you to talk about the footnote 7.
And could we get a page reference, please?
And can you provide the policy in the
Page
the-
9.
Page 9, okay, thanks.
Can I bring Amanda Bull up, since I don't want to misquote her? Is that okay? 29773? No, 85054, modification on footnote 7.
I think we have the letter, right?
I don't think I have it there.
I was hoping staff was writing notes so that I was going to
Ms.
get it
Bull
right.
mentioned that she had
She asked to
language she'd
delete
be willing to
footnote
share.
7 on page 9.
Correct. It was just that first suggestion, recommendation was just the deletion of footnote 7. So, and we
Right.
have not submitted written comments, although I have submitted to the Office of Public Participation comments on another recommendation. So,
And then you said you had some draft language.
Right.
That you could help provide.
yeah, so that has been submitted to Engage at Delta Council, and I believe they were going to forward that to
When was that
Jorge.
submitted, Amanda?
That was submitted, 20 minutes ago?
20 minutes ago?
Yeah, yeah.
And those are both related to the annual reporting, correct?
So the language that we submitted is related to the annual report.
Right,
Yeah.
so that's
Yeah.
something that if we go forward, that could be brought up at another meeting, because I'm sure people would want to discuss it. But I just wanted to make
Agreed.
sure I was addressing those specific
Got it, okay.
requests.
Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you.
So for purposes of the conversation, I think we want people to weigh in on how they feel about footnote 7. Do you want to run anything by any of the staff team first? Or?
Yeah, I'd like to get feedback on that.
Sure. So there is a dispute between the Delta Protection Commission and Delta Stewardship Council. Of course, as the attorney for the Delta Stewardship Council, my duty and obligation is to protect your authority and your interests, you know. The dispute centers over whether the Delta Protection Commission can exert multiple roles within our appeals process more than just as an appellant, and also more than just when they can appear as a expert agency. The appeals procedures that are set forth in the Delta Reform Act do not provide any role whatsoever for the Delta Protection Commission.
But they don't exclude it either, right?
Well, they very clearly articulate what appellants can do, so they don't give us power to do other than to hear appeals. So there isn't a role for us to listen to Public Resources Code 29773 comments, which are comments that the commission at any time can present to this council, and then do something about that in the context of hearing appeals. So it's pretty clear what the Delta Reform Act provides and what we can do in our appellate process. Of course, what happens outside of that process is something else and not something, you know, that's at issue. So one of the things that this council did a long time ago is they provided a kind of standing role for the commission as a non-party, when it's not an appellant, to come and provide its expert views, because it's an agency with expertise on Delta's place, and make comments about other appeals of other parties. And they have done that before in the past, so in essence, we've given a seat in our appeals process for the Delta Protection Commission as a non-party. In this circumstance, the Delta Protection Commission filed an appeal, and they maintain that they can both be a party and a non-party, that they can both be an appellant, but they also get a special role to be an expert on their own, I guess, appeals and the appeals of others. And the point that the footnote says is like you can choose one or the other or both, and that's consistent with when our regulations were passed, what the council intended. And so that's the concern is obviously that this might end up in litigation, and my duty is to protect this council and its authority.
So what is the role of Delta Protection Commission then in this situation? I mean, I know there's an
Yeah.
appeal, and I'm not a part of it, and that's,
Yeah.
but they also play a role as experts for the Delta, and similar to kind of my role,
Yeah.
sitting on this, but also sitting on the Delta Protection Commission.
They-
I almost kind of think of it as that unique position as well.
Sure. So there is the Public Resources Code talks about the council adopting recommendations when, I think it's very similar to language. I think it's when feasible. I'd have to look up the exact language, but it's something in that context. Obviously, you know, we can't, this council, short of regulations, couldn't tell the county of Sacramento, the county of Contra Costa, the county of Yolo, and, you know, any other public agency what to do at any point in time. What we have, the way that we can regulate agencies is in the context of covered actions, and then those coming before us on appeal. So in an appeal process, this council doesn't have some sort of power to direct some change to a project based on a Delta Protection Commission recommendation. But I will say that it seems to be, from the history and kind of the way it sits in statute, it's most likely when we are passing regulations, likely the Delta plan, that we were to take the Delta Protection's comments into account. I think, if I understand, that did happen.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier our Delta's Place chapter, and so that chapter is based, you know, largely in part on the recommendations of the Delta Protection Commission, and the council at that time actually went through a fairly rigorous procedure to determine which of the recommendations were feasible or not under the Public Resources Code. So that's where the Public Resources Code comes in effect.
Thank you. Okay, go
Are
ahead.
you still on footnote 7? Because I think Anne had a comment to make
Oh,
as
yeah,
well.
go ahead.
Okay.
So, okay, my only point, I think, as I look at this is like, is this superfluous language? Is it extraneous, or is it doing work as part of the decision? And I think my sense is that the council staff and council made a decision early in the process that there was one, that you had to choose a lane, essentially, and either be an appellant or a party, or take on this sort of special role as expert, but you couldn't do both. And we have, I think, acceded essentially tacitly to that, and that's how the entire process has gone forward. So this footnote is doing work by explaining to a potential court why they had to pick one role or the other. So if we take it out, it actually, I think, is meaningful. So I just want to put that, because I do think, at least what I heard Jorge
Yes.
say, is that there's a potential this will be something you have to explain to a court.
And I'll also point out, as part of the comment letters that you received over this process, the Delta Protection Commission has come forward with its legal position. And this is in part meant to make sure to protect the council's interest, that we don't take it on head on. It's important that the council, makes its point known as far as like, can you just enter into any process at any time, and irrespective of our appeals procedures. So.
Back to you, Diane.
That was just, I'll have more comments later. I just wanted to, I didn't know when that was going to be discussed, so I just threw that out.
Okay. So I think we're just still at the deliberation process. So if anybody has any other things that they might want to bring up that, potential concerns or even changes or things that don't look consistent between the summary and the body, anything else anybody wants to bring up in the context of conversation for the members? Yes, Zinko.
I have a clarifying question about the report. So I'm just wondering if and when we vote on to move this decision, for example, would we be taking that recommendation or that request for a report specifically as it is? Like, would those be hard and fast, those topics? Or are we just asking for a report and we'll have an opportunity to talk about what should be in the report or shouldn't be in the report? 'Cause I feel like we haven't really done that.
Yeah, I think this is a starting point. It's not baked in place. Once the council votes on the decision, at any given time, the council could choose to modify the report. We'd bring that back to the council and have a vote on it.
So it would be kind of like a placeholder. It would be what it is, but we could change it.
Correct.
Okay.
Just following up on that, I think the concern may be about it's just, I think, really important that the report in terms of, if this were to move forward and that there is that opportunity to kind of a check-in, but there are a lot of things on that list, some of which I think the council might feel are really important that the department address each time they come to us in some detail, like around EJ and consultation and some of the mitigation measures, and others where it might not be as important, like maybe if something's changed, they raise it. And so we were thinking about like prioritizing to make sure, maybe we don't have to do that right now. We could leave them all in as placeholders, but we really, there was a lot there. And so, you don't want to lose the really important pieces that might be important to community with some of the other pieces that seem like they were more technical in nature.
And I think, if there is a remand and the council, is in a decision-making position again on future appeals of the project, that's when you're probably going to want to look at the report requirements again, right?
Great.
That answer you?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, deliberation, discussion? Okay, I think what I'll do is open, oh, sorry.
So is this our final chance to say
Oh,
anything?
jump in.
No, is this the final chance?
I'm going to ask for motions next, so I think if you do want to bring up something that isn't going to be covered under a motion, then go for it.
All right, I'm going to go back to that idea that this is a project that would benefit many, but would be at the loss of a few. And I thought the comment earlier that said this was going to benefit a few financially and impact a lot of folks in a not good way. I don't really like that word infeasible, because I think we are better than that. I think there's a lot of things that were applicable that were not found applicable. I agree on the remands. I think that golden mussel is an issue, and I think that the Twin Cities Complex and the Harvest Water Project do conflict, and that I'm glad we're addressing that. I don't think this process gives the Delta counties as much of a voice as it should, and I don't think that this format provides those opportunities, and I don't think that it's done on purpose by people that are doing this work, just making sure. And I appreciate everybody acknowledging the staff that have worked on this. I can't support this because I do feel that there's a lot of voices that are not being considered, not at the fault of anybody trying to do that, but I think this is a process that favors an agency and puts others at a disadvantage, and so it's hard for me to support that. I don't know what's going to happen as far as the vote. I suspect that based on the way this commission is set up, that it has been traditionally favoring projects that the governor wants to get through. But I would hope that if it does go through, that we really lean in on that annual report and that we do a robust discussion of input on what that can look like. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thanks, Diane. I appreciate that comment. Yes, Councilmember Eggman.
Thank you. To say that this project is too big for this process is not really up to us. I want to qualify that. Is that true or is that not true?
Do you mean about, I'm not sure, do you mean about going beyond our process?
I mean, I think the council member just stated she couldn't support it because there was been a lot of conversation
Yes.
about the legislature didn't envision this body being used for a covered action that would come through the process in this way.
Yeah, no, for sure, we're doing exactly what the legislature envisioned us to do and what elected members of, the state of California, in their wisdom, whether you disagree with it or not, they chose the standard. They gave us this process. This is not anything that staff or even any council member has, kind of made the decision for. And, that's what we're trying to follow.
Right, and this was in 2009, so I'm trying to think who was governor then. Was that Governor Schwarzenegger?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and we've had 2 other governors since then. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can we just,
Councilmember Maroney?
yeah, before
We're going to actually take a break before we go to motions. So sorry, I forgot we've got the court reporter. Somebody wisely reminded me. But go ahead with your
I somehow
question.
feel like there is a point that I want to summarize the thoughts that were here to kind of direct us to go from here on. And I don't know if it's now or a little later on, but there's a lot has been said, and it's very clear, how it's formulated. But it's good to summarize, in my mind, of the learnings of all of this and how we can move on to to make a motion from there. And if you think it's now, I can wait until later.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Let the court reporter take a beat, and then we'll come back and we'll finish discussing if there needs to be something like that. Does that sound good? Okay. It's 2:36. Why don't we come back at 2:42? All right, we're going to start to come back. It's 2:42. Are you the snack fairy?
I'm being the snack fairy. People were having snack envy in the audience.
Okay. We don't want anybody to pass out. Get some sugar. All right, it's 2:43. We're going to reconvene. We are going to start with Councilmember Burgess, who had a couple of board deliberative items to discuss, and then we will move to motions.
You know, the other thing I was thinking of is, I kind of talked about the makeup of the Stewardship Commission, or Delta Stewardship Council. And I was thinking, this is an opportunity to say things. I think there should be 2 more members on this commission. Someone from the tribal community and then another Delta person. Because I think there is a feeling that they're not represented on here. And because 4 people from the governor, 1 from the Senate, 1 from the Assembly, and then 1 person from the Delta, I think even there's just an impression and an understanding that that representation isn't there. And I just wanted to throw that idea out because I can. So just wanted to throw that out.
Thanks, Diane. Okay, any other, Councilmember Patterson isn't back yet. She's right outside the door, okay. Well, I want her to be in here because I am going to ask for a motion, so let's see if we can, somebody turn off the Wi-Fi so she can't be on her phone. Oh, yeah, let me recognize Councilmember Maranian for a little more discussion.
I just want to talk about this because I'm also dealing this in my professional life with these issues. So listening to this process is very important and understanding it. Either we live in that area or not. These are real issues and we understand it. And although there could be more representation, but even if you don't live there, you still feel like this project, any project of this magnitude, has negative impact. And sometimes the negative impact is we as good practitioners are trying to minimize that, and some might not be minimized at some point. So do we have more time? Can we take more time? We can. But I think that the decision or the recommendation that the staff has is very sensible because it gives us 3 things: the reporting issue, the remand on most important issues, and I'm feeling much better thinking all the time that this is a program EIR and it can be refined. And during the refining process, the negative impact can be reduced. So can we take more time? Yes, we can, but I'm afraid that we're going to run out of time because we are running out of time in creating kind of infrastructure that is foreseeing the future and the future disasters, and modernizing the system, the water system of the state is important. And if we don't do it the same way that we just hear, we heard some of the testimonies that this is not good for the state of California, but waiting and not modernizing the system also is not good for the state of California. And to the extent that we're responsible for making a project, we're also responsible for not making it and not seeing where this is going to take us and what the negative impact of it could be on the long run. So it's a big struggle. I mean, it's not as black and white. And understandably, there are certain points that or areas that can suffer. But as good practitioners, again, we have to go back, ask for reporting, ask for refinement throughout the process. And the remand, I think, that the staff is recommending is very sensible and sensitive. And I mean, I think the way, so much that it's been reviewed and revised and discussed and talked about really brought us to a good solution. And I'm ready to make a motion or second the motion.
I think Councilmember Eggman has a question or a comment as well.
Yeah, I just also wanted to weigh in on the process part of it. I am new to this council, but I am not new to this issue, and in fact was in Councilmember Burgos's place from 2007, I think, until 2012, I was on the Delta Protection Commission and worked on the documents for Delta as place. A lot of meetings out, I can write you a map to any community center in the Delta, because we always had to have our meetings somewhere in the Delta. So I've spent a lot of time on this issue. I've always represented people who are very intense about this issue. I am pleased that we were able to find, I think, the two most important remands. You know, if it were up to me, I think I could have found some more, but I am not a staff expert on this. But I think for different reasons, I am also willing to support this today. I don't know that this project ever actually needs to be done. I mean, when people talk about the need for water, I always want to say, but you're already getting it. I mean, we already have a project in place. There's already Delta Water. I mean, it's already there. It doesn't work as well as some people would like, which again is the reason to try to reduce as much reliance as we possibly can, so we won't need more. And to continue to shore up our levees, and I think some of the projects that have been approved and some of the things I've certainly worked on is really making sure our levees are in place to be able to prevent any of the big earthquakes that people talk about. So for different reasons, I don't necessarily think it needs to be done, but I think we need to be very fair and objective about the decisions we make, because this is a legal process. And everybody's going to be looking at it with all kinds of different eyes. We can look at it with emotional eyes or legal eyes and responsible eyes. So for those reasons, I'm supporting this today.
Thanks,
And I'm
Councilmember Edmund.
I'm ready to support the motion.
Okay, so let me call for a motion, and just to be clear, this would be a motion to adopt Resolution 2026-03, and we will say at this point, unmodified. So if somebody wants to put forward that motion,
I would be willing to separate the remand part of it and vote for that if that's a possibility. Otherwise, it's fine. I'm willing to separate them. Also, the annual report part, I would be willing to support as well. So I don't know if you want to put it, if it's possible to put it into different, but.
I think the resolution includes everything at this point, so let's see if there's a motion for that, and then we'll move forward with any amendments or substitute motions if we need to. How's that sound?
So I would make that motion, Madam Chair, with the caveat that staff can make consistent technical changes to be consistent with the regulation.
I second that motion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any other substitute or amendment motions that we want to put forward before we move forward on a vote? Because if we vote for that, then that ends this proceeding. So Diane, did you have a substitute or an amended motion?
Is it possible to separate the three?
This council can make the decision it chooses to make.
It
So,
will be a
like,
different motion though, right?
It would be a different
Yeah.
motion. So
And
like,
we have to vote
there's a
on it.
motion before the council, but if you're asking me separately, you know, what the council can or can't do with respect to decisions, the council's decision.
Can I,
And if I could, I'd just like to ask for clarification on the when feasible language and whether that would be included.
We're going to be consistent with what the regulation says.
Okay.
into three for me? And that way I can vote for two of them.
Just to clarify,
The three that we
Mr. Henderson,
discussed,
your question,
the-
my
the-
understanding is the motion as it stands is that we are supporting the resolution as written and allowing staff to make technical, non-substantive changes consistent with the regulation. Does that meet the
understood.
requirement
Yeah.
for
It does, yes.
consistency? Okay.
Because the remand is already in it.
I also want to point out that that's consistent with the resolution. As part of the resolution, it already provides staff the ability to make non-substantive changes, typos, clerical errors, clean it up.
And that implementation report is also in the motion, correct?
Correct. It's in the resolution.
Can I ask a point of
Is that what
clarification?
you
So
wanted?
if we were to try to break apart, essentially, so that would be three separate votes? I'm just wondering, you had said, like, once we vote, we're done and this is closed. I don't want to accidentally deny our, to, lose our jurisdiction to take the second two votes. I don't know how that works, so.
No, I think what I'm suggesting is if there's a majority of members that want to make changes to the document, they can choose to whatever change they want to make.
Right, so that would be, so just parliamentary procedure, correct me if I'm wrong. We have a motion on the table to accept it as is. We have a second. We can take that vote now, and that ends everything. I just want to make sure that you're aware that that ends it, Diane, because there's no coming back and saying, let's take it apart.
That's why I asked Maria if she'd be willing, as the one that made the motion, to break it up into.
Gail made the motion.
Oh,
Gail did the motion,
Gail.
yeah.
I made the motion, so I am comfortable with my motion as it stands. I do, in fairness to the process, want to say you can make a substitute motion. I don't want to be unfair to
Okay,
just the
so
process.
can
but
I
you
do
would-
the
But
substitute
my
motion?
motion will
Make your
stand
three
as it
motions
is.
Can I make that substitute motion?
So what you're suggesting would be a separate motion, and if there's a second, you'd be asking to amend the motion, but there's a motion pending, there's been a second. So I think it's up to the chair, but we can proceed to vote.
Yeah, no, we'll allow it. I want everyone to feel like they've had a chance to participate. So there's a substitute motion. Does anyone second Diane's wish?
What is the substitute motion? There is no, I think we need to vote on if we're willing to.
We do, yes, we did. So the first thing we have to do is vote whether or not we're going to accept the notion of a substitute motion, correct?
That's what.
And so the
Yeah.
substitute motion would be to take the three things separately. One would be the remands, the second would be the part that does the non-applicable and consistent, and the third would be the annual report.
Can I ask a point of clarification about that before we vote on that? I'm just trying to understand what happens if you have a substitute motion to take three separate votes.
Each of those would you'd have to have a clear motion, so like, it sounds like you're proposing,
I'm trying to show support for a couple parts of this, and that's what I'm trying to do, and
Just verbalize it.
Yeah, you could.
yeah.
You could, as part of your vote,
Okay.
state what parts of the decision that you're in agreement
Okay.
with. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
so
we're voting?
are you keeping your substitute motion, Diane, or are you just going to mention?
I will state when I vote where I'm coming from.
Okay, so we're back to just a main motion and a second, so we're ready to take a vote,
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think we've clarified what the main motion is, so I'll ask Emma to do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Burgess.
No, while I support the remand and I support the annual report, as I suspect this will be agreed upon.
So Burgess, nay. Councilmember Eggman.
Aye.
Eggman, aye. Councilmember Maranian.
Aye.
Maranian, aye. Councilmember Miller.
Aye.
Miller, aye. Councilmember Patterson.
Aye.
Patterson, aye. Councilmember Zingali.
For the Sandhill Crane, aye.
Zingali, aye. Chair Lee.
Aye.
Lee, aye. The motion passes.
All right, thank you very much to everyone. I'll ask this, do I need to read anything into the record as far as the motion or anything? I mean, we've made a decision, so.
You made a decision on the resolution. The resolution has language that adopts the draft decision and provides parameters for staff to make technical changes, and also that are not substantive, and to make sure that take all necessary next steps to make sure that's adopted.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, everyone, council members. Thank you so much for your participation. Just a couple of final thoughts. The council has now issued a final decision on the appeals, and the ex parte communication restriction is lifted. However, I would like to point out, since there has been a remand, it's very likely that the department is going to submit something to us. And so for purposes of our neutrality, we want to still be careful of what we say in public about this, because I know it's an emotional issue and we all have feelings about things, but we have to be neutral arbiters for this process, for our appeals process. So we want to keep that nice and clean. And I also want to take a moment to thank all the staff. I think you've been thanked right and left and center, but I'm going to pile on. I know intimately how diligently all of you have worked. I've got 19 staff across science and planning who created a thorough analysis and decision, and obviously the rest of the council staff who kept the other important work moving. and took on extra duties. This was literally a full team effort. When people work at the Office of Emergency Services, sometimes during a crisis, they have to take off their normal accounting hat and put on a vest and go out and do emergency work. And I feel like this whole process was a little bit of the same. Lots of people just took on a lot of additional things. Full team effort, and this council is so thankful to all of you for all of your hard work. Right now, our next council meeting is planned to take place on May 28th here at the CNRA building, so please refer to the posted meeting notice for further information or updates. And thank you. With that, we are adjourned.